Yeah.
Sam, count us in with the Fidelio.
Okay, 3, 2, 1, Fidelio.
Okay, good evening, everyone. So, on last week's game, all of you went to a party. And at that party, you met a lot of the faces and people of Trinispad. Some people you had already interacted with before, some were new. Lolly managed to spy upon the leaders of the town at one part and found out some oddities about things happening to bodies. Later that evening, after some dancing with Gary, the party wound up in the dining hall, where Grimsby offered to give a toast, and it did not go well for the UNT pirate lieutenant of the Pearlescent Viper. She was summarily executed, at which point Lolly, in darkness, cast the light spell, which triggered everyone at the table to get very, very tense. Thankfully, tensions were eased through a little bit of talking, and before Lolly was introduced all too close to Bernice, the displacer beast, things simmered over. Or simmered down, rather. Over would have been bad. After that, the party met with Grimsby and actually wiggled their way out of the contract. They talked him down and promised that if they could, they would do it, but they weren't going to take money and they weren't going to be beholden to a timeline. With Gary's persuasiveness and Latham's facts, quote unquote.
Alternative facts.
Right.
Facts. Well, we learned a great deal.
Grimsby backed down and accepted that you guys are too busy. Afterwards, Gary knew the punctuality time when it is appropriate for guests to depart a party when they are the honored guests. And Jyotis got to interact with his sister a little bit more. He found out specifically that the Kraken from his past seems to be learning, plotting, and planning something new. Afterwards, you guys retired to the hotel momentarily until realizing that one of the things you had come to Trinispad to do had yet to be done.
Our main reason for being here.
Yep. With that, the party decided, hey, we should head out and deal with this. Lolly chose to stay behind and play with Tiny. The rest of the party departed. After entering the Stone Spit Swamp, Lolly came rushing back to the party, claiming that a displacer beast had been waiting in the hotel room for her. Everything was going just fine until the party wound up entangled, or at least Lesterin did, by an assassin vine, and a kelpie kept darting around trying to convince you mentally with its own little song to put your heads underwater and breathe. Just breathe. The situation was made more complicated when Lolly suddenly betrayed Latham's trust and hit him physically pretty hard. She then proceeded to offer Lesterin cure wounds by hitting him, and then proceeded to return, complain and pout, and hit Latham again until he lost consciousness. While Gary and Lesterin finished off the kelpie, Jyotis revived Latham, and Latham started trying tricks to get to Lolly. And before Latham had been knocked out, he had tried creating minor illusion and getting Lolly to think about Molly. But when he returned to consciousness, the first thing he did after Lesterin pinned Lolly down was send a message. He reached out to her and asked her what was going on, why was she doing this, why was she hurting her friends. And then he got a response, but not the one he expected, because Lolly reported that she was having food with Tiny. And with Lesterin's passive perception, he would have noticed that the Lolly in front of him was not speaking. So, Before we begin tonight's game, the one quick thing for this week is more of a player perspective. All of you already know that one person in this party is a doppelganger. Who else do you think is a doppelganger? Jyotis, we'll start with you.
Well, Jyotis doesn't think it's him, and he doesn't think it's Latham. So it's either Les or Garret, but he's leaning towards Les at the moment.
Well, less can be more. Latham, who would you suspect could be the other doppelganger?
Helps if I'm not on mute. I don't have very good reasons to suspect anyone else at the moment. But the random die says number 2, which was number Garret on my list. So I will say Garret. The die has spoken.
Mm-hmm. Lolly, not that you're part of this, but if you were, who would you suspect to be the doppelganger other than you?
Maybe Latham, because it would be the perfect cover to have 2 doppelgangers try and attack each other and be like, oh, they're the doppelganger.
Ooh, suspicions rising. Lesterin, who would you suspect of being a doppelganger?
I honestly have no idea.
That's exactly what a doppelganger would say.
No, I have no idea is definitely my answer. Because
All right.
I'm not good at mysteries.
Again, I will accept it. And last but not least, Gary, who would you suspect as most likely of being a second doppelganger in your party? Captain.
At this point in time, nobody's acting counter to their personality that I've been able to see, except Lolly. So at the moment, that's my focus, and I really don't want to cast aspersions.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that was a long-winded non-answer.
You should be a
I have a noble bloodline. That's how we do.
Yeah, I know, windbag.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, as we begin, Latham, you had just found out that the lolly in front of you did not speak when you received your reply. What would you like to do?
Latham somewhat panically shouts out to the others, first in a lower, unsettled voice and slightly higher. Guys, that's not Lolly. That's
I'm
very much
so
not
good
Lolly.
at throwing my voice now. Look at this trick that I learned from puppets.
She's having dinner, and unless we're dinner, that's not her.
Are we still in initiative order?
Oh, I'm keeping that.
Astral. So I'm calling out to the others that this is definitely not Lolly.
All right.
And I'm signing into Astral, so I know what the hell the world looks like.
Yeah, me too.
Mhm.
Completely forgot that one.
And technically,
Did you say
Lestrin
that,
is
Latham?
on top. Technically, Lestrin is on top of Lolly.
I'm just gonna put myself right there.
Yeah, that works.
Simplicity's sake.
Yep.
How do you know Latham's not just lying about that? He
You were
doesn't
already
lie.
acting goofy.
He's not the one hitting us after saying something wrong.
Jyotis, it is your round. What are you doing?
Said oops.
Quickly, Lestrin and Garret. Lestrin, what do you use your favorite food that you feed my pet?
Wait. Oh, me?
Oh,
Yes.
What do I feed your pet? Candy?
yeah, it's candy.
Garret, what did Lolly try to feed the dragon turtle before it ate our boat?
Rocks. You got mad at that. Rocks.
I said Garret.
Well, that tells us enough.
Garret, what did it take to satiate the beast? Since it didn't work.
An entire bag of gold.
Damn it.
Not just gold. All of your money, right? You threw your whole bag in.
How do we contain a Firbolg?
Well, let's tie her up for now, because it's not Lolly, whatever this thing is.
Yes, I am. Ask me any
We should
questions.
probably
Think
get-
really hard
we
about
should
the answer and
probably
ask
get-
me.
We should probably get out of here. Get out of the graveyard.
You're in the swamp, technically. If you were in the graveyard, it would have been a whole different encounter.
We should probably get out of the swamp.
The Grave Swamp.
The grave swamp.
I mean,
Yes.
it was almost Latham's grave, but
Ha ha ha. Roll carefully.
Grave danger awaits you.
Just like the old gypsy lady said.
Hey, that's
All right.
racist.
Jyotis, that's enough questions from you. Top of the round,
Yeah.
Gary. What are you doing?
I would like to just very quickly, does Lestrin have a very good grip?
For now?
Okay. Well, then I am going to step up and place my sword ever so gently against this creature's throat. No pressure. Just get it to stop.
All right, you press your sword gently against Lolly's throat.
No,
And hold an action.
Gary.
Mhm. What are you holding?
If she makes a move to attack anybody, the sword tip is going through this creature's throat.
Okay.
All right, holding an
sorry.
attack. Copy that, Gary. Lolly, what are you doing on your round?
Crying because Gary's being mean to me.
We know you're not Lolly.
No,
I can't talk.
am. It's almost lying. Just ask questions, and you know it's true. I'm just clumsy. You know I am.
Anything else, Lolly?
No.
Lestrin?
I'm not letting go. I'm thinking headbutt.
Why? Why are you gonna headbutt me?
You don't know I'm gonna headbutt you.
Thinking and I could tell.
You look mightily headbutty today.
Aw.
16.
Well, that's
Wow.
above. Wait, let me check.
Oh my god.
Yep,
Lolly
that's
was
above. And technically, Lestrin, you would have advantage on that. So please roll one more time to see if you crit.
Ugh,
No, I did not.
gonna kill me.
Maybe.
No, I don't want the information. I want to roll. Oh my god.
The information of how to roll.
Okay, do it the hard way. 7.
Okay.
Hurts?
Lolly? You take 7 points of damage. How you feeling, Lolly?
Headachy. I thought I posted in here, but my
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Lestrin, that counts as one attack. You technically have 2.
Oh. I'm gonna save it. Like, if she decides to talk again. So if she talks again, I'm gonna hit her again.
Why? Oh god.
Lestrin,
I hit her again.
roll with advantage.
12. That's a 20.
Uh-oh.
Like
Great,
a
and
natural
that-
20.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, roll your damage.
It worked this time. That would be a 9.
Okay. Very good, very good. All right. Lolly looks like she's very much in pain.
Oh,
Not unconscious yet, apparently.
Bleedy forehead, maybe.
Right. Latham.
Latham calls up, or I'm gonna call up. I think it's time we go do some discovery, and calls up Unseen Servant.
Mm-hmm.
Summon
the intern.
Summon the intern. Tell it to quickly, as fast as it can, go back to the inn. Go back to the Rebel Blossom and find Lolly.
Understood. It leaves.
Dash away.
Yeah, it can move about 60 feet around if not being attacked by anything, and nothing would know it's there unless they could see invisibility. All right.
So, actually, no, I'm gonna find that command. Go get Lolly and anyone else from our party from the Rebel Blossom.
Oh.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Exciting.
All right.
Jyotis.
Pancakes.
God. I'm gonna hold an action to grapple either Garret or Lestrin in case they show like they're gonna attack us.
Okay, so you can't be like either or, but you can say if someone makes an attack, I would go to grapple them if they're in range.
There we go.
Again,
I want to grapple.
Can't move and grapple.
I want to grapple one of my other companions. I'll just leave it blank.
So you're in range of Lestrin and Latham. So if either of them act strange, you can grapple one of them.
Okay.
Or attempt to, rather. Gary, Lolly has been headbutted twice, but has not made any movement to restrain or fight against one very surly dwarf.
What's this?
Gary, you might be muted.
Actually, I just didn't hear you.
Oh
no.
I get little hiccups and I'll check it after the turn. I might need to switch to a different network. So I want to summon Captain Pancakes to me.
All right, you may do that.
How long does that take? Is that a full action, or is that going to...
that is an action. I believe so. Give me 1 second. I need to confirm that.
I think you can poof it as a bonus action, but...
Yeah, let me just confirm, because I don't like... Okay.
Oh, it's an action.
Yep. Action to summon or action to dismiss.
Okay. Well, I'm going to use my action to bring him here.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm going to tell fake Lolly, use your Firbolg ability to talk to him. And then I will tell Captain Pancakes, if it sounds like she's speaking normally, please tell me.
Keys are familiar, aren't they weird? Yeah.
Try it.
Meow. Meow.
Is there any difference?
Oh.
Basically, is she able
Captain
to use
Pancakes can
Firbolg
telepathically
magic?
tell you that there is no Firbolg magic there. There's no actual communication. She's meowing at it, which is moderately annoying because it's a
Just being
familiar.
a cat, and cats are so difficult and willful.
Mm-hmm.
Captain
Well, that's enough from me.
Pancakes!
Don't let her go. That's not Lolly. End of story.
I won't.
not Lolly.
All right, well, Gary, now that that's happened, Lolly, it's your turn. What are you doing?
That's not fair because he's a familiar, and have I talked to him in talkies, and he's just a kitty cat fae. Maybe he only speaks fae.
Know what I'm doing.
Lolly, roll deception.
Okay. Did that actually roll? I don't think that rolled. 22.
Jesus Christ. Okay.
Oh, sorry, 24.
Where were those rolls?
Okay. Lestrin, for your round, you can either ignore the logic that your friend is presenting or attempt, I do mean the word attempt, to be insightful about them in some way similar to what Gary did.
I can't just headbutt her again?
I mean, you can. I'm not stopping you.
But it hurts.
Well,
Clunk.
if
A lot of
you don't mind
ouchies.
waiting 1 second while I get back to my dice.
No worries. My main question is, are you doing subdual damage or are you doing fatal damage?
Subdue.
Okay.
I want to knock her cold.
Okay.
But I don't want to be knocked out.
Hey Gary, can you roll D20 for me?
8.
Okay, and then do it again.
Well, actually, do it. Lestrin still has advantage, so.
Oh, okay. 14 on that one.
Okay, that's going to hit.
Oh,
Okay.
Roll
Am
again.
I rolling damage too?
No, I'll take care of
it's
that
fine.
part.
I'm right there.
Alright. Roll a second attack.
Mhm.
More headbutts.
17.
That's also a hit. Wow, I rolled minimum damage both times. Lolly, you take 12 points of headbutt damage as Lestrin continues going like, I will solve this problem by thinking with my head. In a more literal version. Lolly is looking on the verge of losing consciousness. Latham, it is your round.
Perfect.
I don't like this game.
Mm. Mm. How far away has Unseen Servant gotten? Still,
60 feet.
Yeah, 60 feet. Okay. Mm. Well, Thumb is a little uneasy with the others. At least holding a dodge action if anyone tries to come after him.
Okay. That is interesting. Technically, you don't have to hold the dodge action. You can
Okay.
take the dodge action.
True.
But I will let you, like,
he's being side-eyed.
roll deception to hold it subtly. That way,
Okay.
we'll see if the others would even be able to notice.
17.
Okay. Yeah, no one else would in this party.
It's a +7 to deception.
Yeah, no. So I will let you tentatively hold that as the, like, if someone comes at you, you may make them roll with disadvantage.
Standing there with
Jyotis.
both hands. So he's standing there with like both hands like on top of his cane,
Mhm.
just sort of looking a little left, looking a little right.
All right, I'm refining my hold action. Can I roll sleight of hand to put one of my free hands in my bag of holding and get my net ready?
You do not have the thrown weapon feat, so technically speaking, I believe it is. Oh man. Okay, let's look. That's actually a good move, But let me see. Let me see what the bag of holding is to do. Where is your bag of holding? Why do you have another bag of flour? Why? I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm excited for it, but
For reasons.
As soon as I find out about the bag of flour.
Latham has one too.
Oh, that's right.
okay.
Small bag. For bread.
I think it's bigger
That you'll
than mine,
never eat.
actually.
Okay. Yes, I will let you actually do that so long as you put your crossbow away.
Yeah, I'd have to stow my crossbow's stowed anyway. I haven't pulled it out, so
You had it out. Or
no, I don't.
no,
think
that's
I
true because
did.
you shattered. Okay, sorry. 'Cause
Yeah.
we had the great crossbow debate of last 2 weeks ago. Okay. Yes, you can tentatively hold that in your hand. You do feel it come up and curl around your hand, being ready.
Cool.
All right. Gary.
I didn't actually roll sleight of hand. Did you want me to roll that?
You can.
Is it
You can
necessary?
roll sleight of hand. Yeah, roll sleight of hand. I want to see how it goes.
Sleight of hand. 19 total.
Okay. No one would really notice. Like, everyone's so focused on Lolly right now that you dip your hand into the bag. Get ready. Gary.
All right. Well, I'm going to reach into my bag and get my rope.
Okay.
And I am going to ask Lestrin to alter his grip slightly so that I can bind her feet and then her wrist and then hog tie.
Okay. Roll a sleight of hand check on a hog tie.
All right.
I mean, it'd be rude to call it animal handling, so.
Hey.
Yes, it would. That is math. Ooh, that's a natural 20.
Oh, yeah. Well, Gary.
Plus
you
4?
can- Apparently, Gary's into some stuff because Gary very quickly whips that rope around.
What can I
And
say?
very
It's fast as, like,
professionally-
string play.
Very professionally has Lolly's hands and feet both bound and tied together to where Lolly cannot get up right now. Lolly, it is your round.
Okay. Has it been a whole minute's worth of combat since the Kelpie? It's probably been around 10 rounds, right?
Mm-mm.
You know, I'd say that it's getting there.
Oh man.
Why don't you make a high-low call, Lolly?
Hi.
It has gotten there, Lolly.
Okay. Oh no! The charm effect wore off. Ah, that was a bad Kelpie. Deception.
Go ahead and roll.
Holy crap. 22?
Okay.
All right.
You know
I would
how
like
after charm effect wears off,
ask
you're
a
suddenly
question.
aware of it?
I do have a question in regards to this.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
Like mechanics. I am 99.987% positive that is not Lolly.
Hmm.
Is there any way that she can deceive me?
Uh-huh.
Because I am as certain as I can possibly be.
Is her
The only
character-
times when I'm
Maybe
letting
keep
Lolly
asking
roll a
questions.
straight deception check is when she cites specifics that you would know to be true. And in this case, you would know, having your brain recalibrated the hard way by Lestrin when you were given a charm compulsion effect, that it did last a long time. There was multiple attempts to get you out of it.
Oh, yeah.
So the only time, I'm not telling you that is Lolly, but I'm also, anytime Lolly's saying something that could theoretically be true, I'm letting Lolly roll a deception without disadvantage.
Gotcha. I wanted to make sure because I'm pretty certain at this point, but I wanted to make sure that I wasn't throwing a wrench into anything by
Right. And just to be clear, Gary,
maintaining-
doing that with the rope has officially restrained Lolly, which means that she cannot attack, cannot get things out, cannot... Basically, she is held in place.
Noted.
Lolly, it is your round. Or no, sorry, Lolly, you already went. You deceived. Lesterin.
It's
Hey, they
my
don't know I was
turn?
deceived.
Well, Lesterin, everything that Lolly keeps saying for these last two times is kind of getting under your skin. Oh man, she's right about how those charms work, because you were the one who gave Gary the cognitive recalibration.
Uh-huh. I don't know. Mostly the blood's rushing through my ears and all I hear is ringing.
Oh no, she's still enraged.
No, he dropped rage.
No, I dropped it. I don't know, I want to just whack her in the face again and then, hopefully she goes unconscious this time. We can just haul her back to the inn or meet the unseen servant when he comes back with her.
All right. Well, go for it.
No, don't
Roll
go
with
for it.
advantage.
Going again.
Mm-hmm.
That's a 2.
Well, that's a miss.
Wiggle, wiggle,
But-
wiggle.
Thankfully, you get advantage on attacks.
Yeah, that's an 18
Oh,
on the
shit.
dice.
Wiggle,
That's
wiggle,
definitely
whack.
a hit.
26.
Roll damage.
Okay. I'm trying to hit the stupid button on Astral. It doesn't like me.
Well, and roll it on D&D Beyond. That might like you.
No, I'm trying to roll it on D&D Beyond, and every time I hit the thing, the Tavern Brawler strike thing comes up. Does not.
Hmm.
You do a custom roll?
Yeah. Okay, that's 6.
So, Lolly, quote unquote, loses consciousness.
Plunk.
Her head hits the soft swamp, and then, Lestrin, you start to feel the body transform beneath you as smoke clears and rises from it. And what's left beneath, and in fact, Gary's hogtie is only still relevant because it was so efficient, because the body shape is so wildly different. Because what remains is almost this ebony black form that almost lacks skin, in as much that it is muscular. It has no sexual organs apparent upon it. It has long, long arms, though.
Harley. I'm not letting go.
Yeah, it hits the swamp with a hiss. Hey, actual Lolly,
Yes.
what are you doing after Latham sent his message?
I am going to excuse myself from the tavern and just be
Mhm.
like, "Here you go, Tiny. Pay them with this," and hand them 2 gold, and start going boingy boingy boingy
Hmm.
toward. I think they were at the house. Did he say where they were?
They did say where
Oh
they
yeah,
were going.
They did say they were going to get the dwarf. Okay, yeah, I would have headed toward the swamp then.
Okay,
I don't
so
think
you
I
weren't
would
going
have
to walk
made it
back
too
by the
far, though.
mansion.
No.
All right, Lolly, I need you to roll me a d12 for your journey.
Okay.
Ollie's journey.
How many people attack me? 1.
Well, Lolly, on a 1, I would like you to roll a d4.
For how many dragons attack me? 3.
Interesting. All right, let me pull up my notes really quick because I was not prepared for that. No, of course not, Bob. Why would you be prepared for that?
Oh, why would you?
Jesus Christ.
I mean, you could have just said duly noted and moved on.
Ooh. Yeah.
No, this is not a duly noted. This is
Damn.
not a duly noted.
Yes.
So, Lolly, while walking along, you happen to spot someone familiar. And you don't have dark vision, so this is quite daring of you.
Well,
You're
I
kind of
imagine I have,
navigating by like...
light. Yeah. I have the
Yeah,
light
you're
spells.
using your light spells, and there are fireflies out and about occasionally. But, I mean, when you're about halfway to the swamp, you see this tall figure with 2 great swords on his back, slowly walking a little drowsily.
Is
like-
it Babu?
Yeah.
Babu! I'm just
He
gonna
turns
say
and sees
Babu,
you
even
and
if it's
just...
not.
Oh, hi, Lolly.
Hi!
I'm a little intoxicated.
Oh, like that one time Gary tried to do a rum run? Yeah. That's rough, buddy.
I don't know what that is.
It's rough, buddy. Anyway,
I was going home, I think. Are you? Why are you out alone?
I was just resting at the inn and the others were gonna go pick up one of our friends. And then they gave me a call that they needed help, so I'm heading over to the swamp. Can I come?
You should not be alone.
Yeah.
I will go with.
Thank you. We're both heading in the same way, right?
Yes.
And also,
Congratulations, you have Pavu added as a party companion.
Yay!
I reach over and I do
Mhm.
a healing light on him to kind of take the edge off. And he gets 4 whole HP back.
Oh, that is a little better.
Yeah, right? And
You
then I
seem-
take a little water and give him some fresh water.
Thank you. You seemed mad at the party. Was something wrong?
No? Was I mad?
I don't know.
Oh,
It was
hey.
weird.
I start looking around for nosy-ass parrots. Do I see any?
Roll a perception check.
Not great, but I'm confident, so 11?
I mean, you don't hear any.
Yeah, I don't hear any nosy-ass parrots.
None within 40 feet.
I'm just gonna say I'm a little disappointed in your choice of friends. It seems like you were making not good friends tonight. And
I don't-
think your mom would like it.
I don't like any of the leaders of this town. But if I avoid Grimsby,
People,
he will...
because your friends telling you to murder people are not your real friends.
I don't intend on murdering anyone.
Good.
He kind of gives you this eye and just... Unless they try to attack the swamp, my mother or us while we walk together.
Oh, okay, that's even better. But don't just attack any captain of the guards or anything weird like that. That'd be not cool. Anyways, let's go.
Yeah, he, I have to roll an intelligence check for him. Oh boy. Oh, Pavu.
He's very drunk right now.
Yeah, I rolled a 2.
Oh,
And
no.
we have a -1. So Pavu throw greatsword is all he understands right now. So
Oh, no.
he's very listening to you, Lolly.
Yeah.
And in fact, as you walk, you get while the other party was doing their 3 rounds of the Mexican standoff, or at least the partial, you hear Pavu just kind of go on an 18-second rant about how those people are so weird there and how angry they all are and how they're all going to try to kill each other, and it's annoying because it's overwhelming. and he just wishes he could throw a greatsword at the first person to come at him directly, because it's confusing.
Right? Being an adult seems tough.
It is. And, back to the rest of our party.
Yes.
What are you doing? You have an unconscious hog-tied doppelganger. Well, thing. But
They'll be Lolly, you don't know.
I'm not letting it go.
Eh, no.
But it was charmed.
Doesn't
You
matter.
totally believe.
No, again, it's not that they totally believe it, it's that they believe that it could be that. Like, so it's that it's that little sinking of undermining. And again, the only reason I was even letting right,
What he was thinking about.
well, and the only reason that I would let you roll that check is because you presented something that could potentially be factual. So,
All right.
so party people. You have
he's
one
just-
unconscious doppelganger. What are you doing?
I'm still holding my net.
I actually want to know if I would recognize this creature.
Roll an Arcana check.
Doopy doop. Okay. Let's roll. Caution. Grand total of dirty 20.
Yeah, that's good enough. Doppelgangers are rare. They are an outlawed biological weapon. All of the countries have collectively agreed not to use them because they are so dangerous. And the reason you would know about this is because they have the capacity for reading thoughts. So, not only can they look like someone, they can act like them based off of concentrating on the people who know them. And be very, very convincing right until it's too late.
Alright, I'm going to explain that to everybody.
Also, they typically work in pairs or up to a party.
Great.
So
But I don't
that's-
know if you want to tell them that part.
Yeah, I'm going to keep that part to myself for the moment, just so we don't have any more unfocused what ifs. But I'm going to keep a very close eye in the meantime.
All right. Lestrin, having headbutted the now not a lolly.
Uh,
Not the mama.
I'm just gonna hold on to it till
Oh,
everybody
actually-
else figures out what the hell's going on. I know you.
Do I have
you
any
are- I
actions
did.
left?
I would say that you do, Gary, but I'm sorry. I didn't know what else
Sorry.
you wanted to do.
I've remembered before I wanted to ask about that. I want to adjust the ropes to properly
Cinched
secure
up.
the altered body shape.
Makes sense. Go ahead and roll another sleight of hand check, but with advantage because they're unconscious. They're not exactly.
Oh, that's another nat 20.
Well,
Damn,
thanks,
son.
Caution. Thanks for getting those out of the way on rope checks.
Seriously. That was in fact caution both times.
Uh-huh. Oh, I know. Yeah, you cinch it up quite nicely. It is just as effective as it originally was. You can guarantee that much. Lestrin, you are just kind of holding the body, waiting for other people to figure things out, right?
Yep. I'm doing.
All right. Latham.
I'm going to walk slowly over to Garret
Okay.
and whisper quietly into his ear. Not whisper, just a softer. So do you think we should head back to the inn with this thing? A little unsure.
They are remarkably dangerous. And my primary worry is how many questions it asked about our opinions of our most recent possible employer. And he's the type to collect dangerous creatures.
Could be for them, or could be for Grimsby, or could also be someone who, an adversary of his. He does have many.
That is true. My concern is if anybody sees us with this creature, they could assume the worst of us. I think for the time being, we should get away from the swamps. But generally speaking, I don't think we should go towards a population. They read thoughts. It could alter its appearance for anybody, to look as anybody and get us stabbed for detaining somebody that a person on the street might care for.
Tom rubs his head, having been knocked out already once tonight. Like, yes, I do appreciate their danger. Looks around. So is there anywhere, so we're in the swamp, there's a statue nearby, there's a little hut thing.
Oh, it's no longer a hut. Jyotis used shatter and it is gone.
Right.
I blasted it into boards.
Twigs. I forgot that became twigs. Yeah, no, Thal's got nothing particularly good at the moment, aside for no, that's it for the moment.
All right, Jyotis.
Unconservate. How far? 120 feet now.
Now,
Yeah.
I'd say about 180 now. Let's make progress. Because it's 60 feet around.
Well, Jyotis is keeping his hand on the net because he's ready to toss it at his other friends, even though there's clearly an unconscious thing already. But he shares Garrett's concerns with, after what Garret has told him, we don't want to take this thing into large populations. My question to Garret is, where do we take it? What do we do with it? Who do we turn it into? Grimsby is clearly the head of most of this town, but then there's West Ward too. They seem to be the law and order group.
They would probably have their gates closed at night, and you would know that because they made a pretty big deal about that.
Yeah, but that's my point. Like, where do we take this thing? What do we do without? Who do we take it to for holding? I have a bad feeling we're just going to have to watch them all night until we can figure this out.
I'm sorry, I'm looking at my notes, but I can't find it anywhere. What is the name of our dwarf companion, our charge for this
Ironically, it was never formally given.
Okay,
You know
I could have
that he
sworn I
is...
wrote it down, but
we heard the first name.
You did hear the first name of Doyle, but Fisram quite liked cursing about him more so than describing him.
Yep.
And basically promised you a tidy sum for bringing him back. Because he assumed that you would need therapy afterwards.
Yep.
Alright. We might want to perhaps go find Doyle and bring this creature with us.
Yeah.
At least for the time being. Get away from the swamp, but I do worry that Doyle might be with other people who might other people that this thing can deceive. So it's very difficult to make a choice at this point because we are lacking so much information.
Can we just keep it unconscious if it wakes up again?
For the moment, that is probably the wisest course of action. But somebody... I look over at Latham. You sent the intern to collect any others?
Latham still looking at the looking at the doppelganger, nods his head and it's like, haven't heard back yet. So, but the intern is not very far away yet.
With that, we will formally end combat as it has now been unconscious for 2 rounds.
Cool.
Yay.
Cool.
But we still have a bit of a standoff situation, but I could fast forward us a little bit unless you all want to get even more tense with each other.
No, let's travel by
Everyone
tape.
holding action.
Right.
Insert office meme.
Lolly, you and Pavu, after about 2 more minutes, get stopped by a little voice in your head that goes, Miss Lolly, Latham sent me to come get you.
Oh, cool.
He's just ahead. Were there any other party members back at the hotel?
No? Not that I
Okay.
know of.
Okay. I'll tell him. And it gives you directions on where to walk and also how to avoid potential alligators that it walked by.
Num num.
Aw, thank you.
Nom nom.
Good info.
A few more minutes pass, and Latham, your unseen servant, reaches you, whereas Lolly and Pavu are just behind it, because they emerge just a few seconds after it gets to you, and you're the only one who hears its voice when it returns. But it's sir, I found Lolly. Her and Pavu going to be here just a moment. She was with the Goliath. She kept calling him Pavu.
Interesting. Okay,
And-
I relay that to
I just
party-
hear him say interesting. I was about to say, what's interesting? Great.
intern discovered that Lolly and Pavu are on their way.
Hmm.
I assume this time it's going to be the real Lolly, but
I hope Pavu's a nice addition if it's the real Pavu.
why would you say that?
At this point, I will say they often travel in pairs, so please be cautious.
As Latham says, why is that? I just point to the thing down there.
But we already captured it. Although the point that there could be pairs.
Yeah.
At that one, Latham's face becomes a little bit longer, and an eyebrow raised, with a very questioning look of, "Oh, really? Go on." There could be multiple, you say?
They sometimes work in teams. It's hard to say because they are exceedingly rare. So there's no way to know if this is a single acquisition from our prospective employer or if this is part of a group. So just take every precaution.
But there could be another. Well, there's
There could
probably
be.
another.
With that, Latham makes a mental note of keeping some amount of distance from Pavu.
Wonderful.
He's already been thumped over the head once tonight. That's quite enough.
2 times.
Well, what if this Lolly is also another doppelganger? There's 2 Lollies? Maybe there was 3 Lollies. Oh my god.
And right about then, Lolly and Pavu actually do walk up. Lolly using her light spells to kind of create a little bit of room for her. And Lolly's pretty big, but Pavu makes her look a little bit tiny, and it's kind of funny.
Mhm.
But he's walking with a very gentle, drunken sway now. Sees all
Lolly,
of
I have
you.
a favor to ask of you.
Uh-huh.
Could you please use your Firbolg magic to speak to Captain Pancakes?
Can I even talk to Captain Pancakes? I mean, he's not technically a kitty cat.
Just please try.
Okay. Meow, 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 meow.
Captain Pancakes looks back at you, and it's just the telepathic communication is like, she tried. I don't get it. She said meow a lot.
But there was magic in it?
Ooh, roll an Arcana check for Captain Pancakes.
Ooh, goody. Does he use my intelligence score for this?
This time I'll let you, because he's in telepathic range of you. He's kind of focusing his...
Not as strong, it's a 14.
That's strong enough. anything over a 10 I would have accepted. There was an innate subtle harmonization in her voice that wasn't there before. So even though he didn't get anything from it other than meow, 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 there was definitely a hint of something new, different from what the previous thing had tried.
It's a new
Just
Lolly.
nod. Okay. I'm satisfied.
You'll never be
Did
Hi,
you say that out loud?
satisfied. I'm Pavu. Ha ha ha. Oh,
Like Pavu's little drug.
He's
there's so
a
many
Latham
of
walked
you.
over to. Sorry, go ahead. So,
Oh no, you're fine.
So I'm gonna walk over to Lolly and kind of
Mhm.
over really up to her ear,
Hmm.
rubbing the back of my head a little bit. And it's like a clone of yours or a copy of yours seemed to cause a bit of trouble. Would you?
Huh?
I'll tell you in a moment. Could you do me a favor? Small favor. Can you ask Pavu what his favorite drink was tonight? But in is it drag or is it giant you speak? I don't quite remember.
Yeah.
Just ask that and tell me.
Pavu, what was your favorite drink?
I had 3 good berry fizzes, but they weren't strong enough. So I tried some blood mead from the far north,
Oh no.
and I liked it, but it did not like me.
Bet.
In giant. In perfect giant.
Oh man. He had blood drinkies.
I look over at Pavu like, yeah, those are. I could see why such simple drinks wouldn't have been enough.
It was like drinking berry juice as a child. Only the berry juice was fermented as a child. Human drinks are weird.
Like Jyotis kind of cocks his head and scratches his eyebrow a little bit.
Does that help?
That's it for Latham.
Pavu kind of looks at the one
you,
you have
Lolly.
tied up and just, what is that?
Very dangerous.
The people are called doppelgangers. They can copy almost anything that they see.
Double
Including-
gangers. Got it.
Right.
Have you seen
Yeah,
any
very
more
dangerous.
like him?
Let's roll history with disadvantage, cause it's gonna be funny. No. No. I have seen changeling folk, but none of them look like that unconscious.
Note.
I rolled semi-decent for him.
Even in his drunken state.
That could have been dangerous, or may yet be. Even in his drunken state.
Well, I suppose
We
I
still
agree.
have.
Garret, we should get on our way to Doyle and see, just drag this thing along with us for now.
It's best not to leave it alone. But I have no idea what we should do with it at this point.
Should we try to, maybe Doyle will have an idea. I don't know. Should we try and turn it into the,
We'd probably have to wait till the morning.
West
Keep it
Ward in the morning?
restrained. Probably have to keep it restrained until the morning, but I don't know how much better they could do. We'll find out. We'll send somebody there at dawn to ask them.
Wait, I just had a thought. What if this is from West Ward? I don't think it would be, but just on the chance.
It's possible, but it doesn't seem like their kind of tactics.
Yeah, that's why I said probably not, but
At any rate, Ward would likely not appreciate such a creature nearby.
Not delivered in
Yeah.
the middle of the night. Definitely not.
Well,
the gate's locked. They locked it right after we left.
Aye.
Technically, before you left, they just let you out.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
right.
there's not a baddie the baddie deposit box.
Remember where you are. The rules of Trinisbad are
You
that
kill
the
it.
hangmen do not take prisoners. The
Yeah.
hangman's mercy is that you hang and then get buried.
Oh,
Because
boy.
there are worse ways to go in Trinisbad.
You
Alright,
said these things. You said these things are a bioweapon. They're sentient creatures. Were they altered from another being or something?
I don't know that much of the history.
Yeah, with
Honestly.
just a 20, Gary wouldn't have the full history of them, but he does know, based on his background, exactly how dangerous they are and a little bit of their origin. They are considered to be a weapon. They are outlawed in all of the countries. It is as close to a Geneva Convention as you get, that everyone has tentatively agreed not to use these against each other.
They were used in house espionage, and they were almost always. It was almost always devastating.
Clearly, she was able
They-
to read our thoughts, or it rather. I don't know if it's a he or she.
That's how they work.
You're my doppelganger's gender.
Yeah, assuming. You
saw my
gender.
Mm-hmm.
You want to ride a mountain bike? All right. Where are we going,
All right,
kids?
let's
I'm going to
drink-
move us back
let's
to the
drink
main
it.
map.
Yeah, let's drink and you pick it up. Would you mind carrying the creature?
I don't mind.
Call out if it gives you any problems or it seems like it's regaining consciousness. Let's continue on to Doyle's location, and then we'll see what we'll figure out what to do when we get out of the open.
Sounds good. Yeah. I mean, my question is, what do you do with such creatures if they're discovered? Are they hanged instantly, or what? What's this convention that everybody's agreed to not to use them? How do you even make one? So many questions. Let's
Gary
go.
would not have any answers
I know.
to how you make one or anything like that. You
Jyotis
would
is at
know
this point.
that the agreement to not use them basically implies that it's a kill on sight.
Yeah. Jyotis at this point is just talking to himself, like, what the fuck do we do this?
Yeah, and I'll explain that if I hear him ask that.
I
It's
thought
like
I was
the
that.
general consensus is it looked exactly like you, sounded exactly like you, and answered questions that only you would know. But that was because it was reading our thoughts.
I was so excited with the combination of rolls that you got that. I was like, oh!
But yeah, I will explain to Jyotis that generally speaking, they are deemed kill on sight as soon as you even suspect that you might be dealing with a doppelganger. Go for blood. Ask no questions. If you're wrong, it's better safe than sorry.
And at that point, Jyotis just kind of looks at Garret and raises an eyebrow, like, you want to dig a grave? I know it's terrible.
I don't want to make any kind of decisions offhand. Let's
Fair
get
enough.
out of the open. Put it where we can keep an eye on it. Finish why we came here, and then we'll figure it out.
Do you think we
Abu
could?
kind of stares and is like, you're trying to be subtle.
Trying to be careful.
Oh. He kind of takes off his cloak and carefully hands it over to Lestra and is just like, maybe you can make it look like you're carrying a sack. Lots of people try to hide bodies in sacks. It's true and it's bad.
I don't think you understand what we're trying to not look like.
Well,
But that's what lots of people look like here.
Yeah,
I think it
that's
would be
fair.
better to make it look like I'm carrying a dead body
Yeah.
than it will be to be carrying
I
a doppelganger.
I agree with
Yes.
less on this point. Also,
Very well thought out, Pavel. Thank you.
You're
Yeah.
welcome.
should we walk Pavel home at this rate, or just get to Doyle?
I'm fine. I can Walk home. Crawl home. Lolly made me better. I'm good.
Oh, well, shall we have him accompanying us to Doyle's, or if he wants to?
Roll a persuasion check, Jyotis.
Persuasion, that's gonna be amazing. 11.
Well, I'm gonna roll for him. Let's see what happens. Okay.
We're happy to have you along.
You know that he clearly wouldn't want to if he was sober. But
I mean, he's like
he
5
is
steps from his house.
completely blitzed. So it's just that, sure. So, all right. Party moving on over towards the Free Docks area. In the Bazaar, I do need another roll of the D12.
Who gets to do it?
Whose turn is it? Let's go with...
Remember?
Yeah, Latham, why not? I knocked you on your ass through Lolly, so yeah, you roll the D12.
My turn to do something silly for the party.
Dun 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 dun.
Dun, dun, dun,
That's not a D12. This is
dodecahedron.
10.
It's the one that I can never figure out what the hell it is.
The
Yeah.
dodecahedron.
Exciting.
10. 10 is your answer, Bob.
So, as it is after 12 bells, as you guys cross the Midnight Bazaar, there is a little bit of that sea fog that's rolled in. But there are lights on in the Bazaar. And there's a few merchants open. There's a few people that look like they're shopping, just kind of wandering through. No one's talking at loud volumes. Everything is very hush-hush. You do get the occasional stares from interlopers that look at the party, but they see that you are all well equipped and that you have a Goliath with you with 2 great swords. And what's worse than a dwarf with a great sword? A Goliath with 2.
They're ranged weapons.
Besides, it's Pablo. Everyone likes Pablo, right?
But in the meantime, the Bazaar is still open, should you like to look at anything.
I mean, I want to, but not with. Well, not in our current situation. I was told to meet that
and by
guy
the way,
after
I
midnight.
need to roll a funny roll. So let's see. Okay, in your time of crossing into the Free Docks area, and since there are still people out and about here, you guys have seen 4 drunken louts, 3 small gangs of people, and 2 parties dragging what is obviously a body in a sack or in a rug into the Stone Sea
Kind of
Gardens.
nod as we pass by.
I mean,
dragging
we're dragging our own bodies.
It's
So,
like, I see you have a body. I as
Right.
well have a body.
I too
Wait,
have
not
a body.
bad.
Do as the Trinisbadians do.
oh, that's great.
That's flipping hilarious.
So, otherwise, if you guys would like to proceed,
I mean,
what was that?
I was just gonna tell Garrett that if we get a chance once we figure out what we're doing with this thing at Doyle's, I'd like to head back to the Bazaar at night, if possible. But not now, because clearly issues.
I mean, maybe they have some.
Sorry. You guys think that smuggling a body around Trinisbad is something fucking weird, but it's not. Welcome to Trinisbad.
I think it was gonna be weird. For the
Yeah.
record.
Like, granted, in all the cities you're from, it's weird, but here, not so much.
I mean,
So,
Yeah.
I need one last roll of the D12, and this time, most people have gotten to go. Jyotis, when was the last time I had you roll?
I don't remember. I want to say it was before Latham last game.
All right, well, you go. You take a turn. Take a turn to the D12, sir.
8.
All right. Well, with an 8, you spot another set of miscreants dragging what seems like 4 bodies towards the Stone Sea Gardens.
Damn. It's a gang
Gang
fight.
wars
Right
are
there.
real.
Gang fight right there.
And in the meantime, you at first have the like, oh wow, the gang fight, and then you realize that you're walking by the dredge pit, and there are still people chanting, boom, 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 and you get this like, why would someone chant boom? And then you hear it. There's this concussive blast of boom. And there's that acrid smell in the air that you as an artificer would catch instantaneously as gunpowder.
Ooh.
And you hear some dying screams. And then you hear an announcer, once again, the champion of the dredge pit, boom, has won. Please collect your body parts. Turn them in for some coin. Have a good night, everyone. With that, the party continues on their little merry walk.
Jyotis points out to Garret what that smell is.
Oh, wonderful.
Mm-hmm.
One more thing to add to my tally.
So, after passing the dredge pit, you guys do come here where I'm moving Jyotis. He was the last one who rolled, so I'm making him the mover.
Okay.
And the shaker?
And the shaker. Upon getting to the outskirts of this place, you can quickly see that it is not well kept. The fencing has broken almost to the point of not existing. Like someone tried to repair it, and then a few storms hit, and they just stopped. They just stopped trying. There's a fence post occasionally, but there's no fence. Beyond that, the land looks torn up, like there's a lot of graves that have been dug.
Great.
And there's a variety of chili peppers and garlic bulbs and what looks like various spices hung in front of one of the doors. You can see, those of you with dark vision, that this building has once been a Gedesios building, because the building is distinctly dwarf. Lester and you especially would know this. It's got that brutalist square style. It's perfectly proportioned with a 8-foot ceiling and smooth curves on the roof that look like they have hard lines, but will basically help break up the wind so that it departs and doesn't try to blow the building down when you build the roof into it. There's a little bit of smoke rising from a chimney. The smell is considerably pleasant. There are bottles and barrels of booze everywhere scattered out in this yard. It looks rough.
Mm-hmm.
The double door, I should say, is a wrought iron and wood that looks like it has been thoroughly treated. There are scorch marks on it, and it has been closed, locked, and there is a sign that says, trespassers will be shot on sight or worse. There's a second sign in Dwarven that reads, no soliciting.
Perhaps, Garret, you and I should hold the body while Les takes this one?
This should be fun. Les, would you like to do the speaking? Or at least join one of us at the door?
Yeah, I could do that.
I think a dwarf-to-dwarf conversation might be a little bit preferred if the sign is honest.
Yeah. Sure. I'll go knock.
So confident.
Why are we going here?
We have to pick. This is the main reason we came here. We were supposed to pick this guy up for a dive operation.
Oh,
Yeah.
He's going to be the
Yeah.
party leader.
And so far, everything that Fisram has implied about this guy, Lester and you would piece it together, because even though you like your drink, you like your fighting and everything else, this is a rough kept area.
It used to be staffed by many, right? Like they packed up shop a while ago.
You can clearly see that this building could hold at least 2 squads. There is a dock beyond it, but the dock looks like it's been barred off. And that's something that like Jyotis and Les would be able to see, but I don't think anyone else has quite that range of dark. Oh no, Latham would be able to see that the pier has been boarded off.
Fair.
Yeah, I'm gonna go knock on the door.
All right. So when you knock on the door, make a strength check to knock.
That's driving me crazy. I keep hitting the button on D&D Beyond and it won't let me do it. Very annoying.
You might need to refresh the page, admittedly.
I think you're right. Probably. A 10.
Okay. That's more than enough. It's just this door is so thick and it looks like it's been remounted a couple of times, and as you go to you hear this and in Dwarven, damn it, stupid Lord Bellows, fucking God. You hear the sound of something getting kicked across the room and the shuffling noise. Doesn't the sign say no soliciting outside?
Shouted through the door.
What was that?
I shout, I'm not soliciting through the door.
I mean, technically, we're offering him a job, but he already
There's a-
agreed to that. And
Shh. There's a long pause. Are you the ones from the dry paddle I ordered?
No.
Oh. Door starts to open. Very, very slowly, you see a dwarf that is dark of skin, as though they have been sailing their entire lives. Long, black, braided hair, and a beard that is neatly kept, despite how disheveled the rest of them looks. The beard is immaculate, and decored with small bronze rings that look like they were once part of diving hoses and equipment. And it's tied with little bits of what looks like leather made from sharks. The only thing this dwarf is wearing is a set of overalls that are half off. And
please just
he
the
is
top half.
it is just the top half. He is remarkably hairy on his arms and chest. And despite his hair and beard being absolutely youthful, like even you have more gray in your beard than this guy, his eyes are old and there's crow's feet in them. And when he moves to talk, you can see the lines and wrinkles in his face. And just, at least you're a dwarf. What?
We came to pick you up for a diving job.
He blinks. You did?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Who sent you?
The pearl diver dwarf people on Alaris Mall.
Larisamal and
Fish-
his name
Fishram-
is Fisterum.
Fishram X.
Fisterum
that
Exort sent us.
fucker. He would.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Alright, come in.
Okay.
Les points and Jyotis gestures to the bag. Maybe we should warn him.
Nah.
Okay. If it moves, kick it.
Hey, Pavel? Hey,
Yeah.
Pavel, would you mind bringing that inside?
Okay. Picks
I
it up like
appreciate
it's made of basically like a pillow and just carries it in one arm.
Thank you.
Pabu, if it moves too much, I know you like to bop things with your sword. That one's okay to bop with your sword if it moves too much.
You don't bop with the sword unless you want to hit it with the pommel. Normally, you slash or you pierce.
Sure, now he's
Sometimes you
followed by-
bash if you use the flat side.
Bashing and
Bash or bop?
Bash and bops. Same thing. Tomato, tomato.
And Lestrin, after Doyle invites you in, he kind of quickly realizes something's wrong and curses again in Dwarvish with that perfect chain of "by the Iron Reaper's steel tip, God fucking man," and then just tears off into the kitchen. Oh,
Nice to meet you.
ruined my rule.
Oh no.
Supposed to take
Throws a
that
pot
off the
across.
stove when you leave the stove?
Well, in my defense, I thought I was going to just murder you at the door. But Cinerak's not sent a dwarf. If he did, it'd be a first. I'd almost appreciate it. He starts again with putting a pot on there. A new pot. Dumping in some new flour and grease. Getting the heat on high. So, and like after everyone enters, he kind of looks towards the last person to enter and close the door behind you.
Latham closes the door on the way out or on the way in. Looks left, looks right. Nothing followed us.
Roll a perception check.
Not liking that one. 3 and 6 total.
Should be fine. Didn't hear anything. Didn't see much, but you're okay.
Damn it! I was gonna do a thing, but I forgot to. Oh well.
What were you gonna do?
I was gonna. I'm gonna save it till later. I think I was gonna
All right.
cast. I was gonna cast see invisibility
Oh,
on myself.
yeah. That's the only person you can target with that spell. All right. So after Latham closes the door, one of you grab the pepper grinder and start churning it for me.
Okay.
Jyotis. Well, okay, but y'all lolly volunteers.
I start grinding pepper into it.
Uh-huh. Roll me a strength check, Lolly.
Yeah. Just straight strength.
Uh-huh.
11.
Okay. You're going.
Crunch,
And-
crunch.
And, you're getting to that stage where you're just realizing that, like, he wants more pepper. And right when your arm swears that it wants to just fall off because he hasn't told you to stop yet, is when he turns to you and just, "Does it feel like your arm's gonna die?"
Yes.
Then you're done.
Okay. It's just
Thank you.
one giant pile in there.
Sits there kind of doing the Rue thing where you very watch it closely, stir as necessary, whisk, just keep up with it. And you
Yes.
gotta have a lot of pepper. Lot of pepper for a good Rue.
Not to interrupt, but may I ask, is there a room or a place that has a lock on it or something that we can barricade?
Every room and window in this place.
Can we lock something into the room?
Looks at you and just, "You into some kinky shit?"
Well, I gesture to the package that Pavu is carrying. We met somebody in the swamp on the way here.
Aw, good for you. 2 doors down that way.
Hey, Pavu, please come with me.
Okay.
I'm gonna
Lumbers after you.
accompany them.
Mhm.
Yeah. Alright. I would like to get it out of Pavu's cape, make sure that the ropes are all fully secure, that it's not conscious, and then properly secure the door.
Yeah.
And the window to make sure that it can't alter its shape and slip out.
Mm-hmm. Yep. This room is safe and secure. This room was once a dual bunk, so it could have slept 4 dwarves. The beds are that same kind of brutalist, simple style. They are made of wood, but they are treated with steel rivets to actually help reinforce them. Well-made craftsmanship, and there's lots of little carvings in it. There's no light in this room, but you can kind of feel along some of the bed banisters, and it's all in Dwarven. Pavu just looks at you and just top or
Pavu,
bottom bunk.
Bottom if it's easier, top if it's easier. Wherever you think is best. Even in the middle of the
Okay.
floor would be totally
Pavu
fine.
just like double arms it and just flings it against the wall and on top of the bed.
I imagine it goes clunk against
Oh
the
yeah,
wall.
no, there's a and outside in the kitchen, don't break my fucking house.
Breaking a head, not the house. All right. Once again, just to declare, I'm checking all of my knots and making sure that everything is secure before.
Yeah, you're checking your list, making it twice.
Santa Claus is coming to fucking town.
Jyotis is going to use his thieving skills to make sure the lock is damn secure.
Go ahead and roll a thieves tools check.
Thieving tools check.
Yeah, so Dex plus proficiency plus a d20.
I got it on my skills. That's a 16 total.
You would not have been able to open it with a 16. The door latches on the windows are not just secure, but they've been welded shut. The lock on the door is made with multiple tumblers that basically enhance and require strength in addition to dexterity to open.
Ah, dwarves.
So it's that like, oh boy, this, yeah, like you know, say what you will about Doyle's attitude, but his craftsmanship or whoever built this place was top notch. The room is secure and you can lock it from either side from what you configure, but whoever locks it first is the one who can only unlock it. So it's not like both sides can lock and then have a quiet conversation until they're happy. It's not a marital door.
Right. So I'm going to tell that to Garret.
But is the key in the door?
It's a combination lock, right?
It's basically, yeah, it's a slider tumbler where you kind of just twist the knob back and forth and it locks into place. No key.
Perfect. All right. I'm comfortable leaving it here then.
Yeah.
Or we leave somebody outside the door in case it wakes up, or just leave it?
Pavu just kind of looks at you and just like, I could stay here.
Don't worry. I think we would be able to hear it moving around. Come enjoy the fire, Pavu.
Okay.
Maybe the food.
It's not done yet.
Right.
I'll head back.
It'll be a while.
But I am going to stay by that door so I can hear if anything.
Yeah. Yeah. Meanwhile, back in the main kind of room, which has clearly been converted into mostly kitchen, there's very little living space out here. Lots of books on cooking are just lined up in multiple languages, common, elven, dwarvish. There are a couple in giant. More interesting, there are several in Aquan. And then even in some languages you don't understand or speak. Latham, you do see one labeled in Infernal.
Is it, I mean, infernal text are usually of dubious nature. Is it, do I recognize the title?
It's titled Food Good Enough to Sell Your Soul.
All right. Latham appreciates.
And most of the dwarven titles are stuff like Better Stone Soup and, rock steak, refined, like just lots of little DM dad jokes of cooking books in this room.
How does the room smell? Like, aside from the burnt roux.
Aside from the burnt roux, the room smells like a combination of cheap booze and delicious food. Like, you know how a kitchen, when it's frequently used, just gets that refreshing spice smell to it. Like, it's just that introduction of salt, pepper, and fat and butter that just build and build and build until it's just got a sweet scent to the air. And you, being you, as a lawyer, would have an appreciation for the good things in life. So this is very much someone who's experienced with what he's doing. And in fact, after whisking the roux himself, for a while, he turns towards Lestrin and just, you want to help? You want to whisk?
Sure, I'll whisk.
Good. Hands you the whisk and just, I'm going to chop. Make a strength check, Lestrin.
Okay. 16.
Yeah, you're good. Whereas Lolly, tired out, you have that dwarven fortitude attitude of like, it doesn't matter if it hurts, that means it's working. So, Doyle kind of approaches another one of the counters, very carefully pulls a knife out of his beard, sets it down, and begins chopping vegetables in front of you, and just, all of you look a little rough. Not just around the edges. What happened?
We had a bit of a scuffle in the swamps on the way around. Have you ever heard of a creature called a doppelganger?
Is Lestrin the only one who speaks Dwarfish here?
I think
So
so.
far.
I think
so, yeah.
I think the rest of us want to learn at some point.
Doyle
I keep
spits on the
this town.
Doyle spits on the floor and curses in that classic moment of mentioning like Banel's dick, fucking doppelganger, and recovers quickly enough. Just Cinerak's men. Well, they're not men.
Ah. Well, you have one locked up in your chamber right now.
Gross.
Yeah, it was
Hate
still
those
alive.
things.
Just barely.
Looks at you again and just, great. You can interrogate it.
When it's conscious.
Is that advised?
He kind of looks up at you and just, my advice would be that it's a predator, and a predator knows when it needs to do something to get out of a death trap. If it has no other alternatives, it will do what a predator does. Whatever necessary to survive. Chew off its own limb. Sell out its master. Something to that extent. And while he's talking to you about this, he has carved a mountain of carrots and is onto celery, and is quickly pulling a few peppers up onto the counter while doing this too.
Shippy needs a potty. I'm gonna go.
Mikey needs
Actually,
a potty.
it's 9:10. Let's just take a 15-minute break, guys. I'm sorry,
All
I
right.
lost
I
track of
appreciate
time.
that, yeah.
No,
That sounds
that's fine.
wonderful.
Yes,
fine.
it does.
Yeah, no, I could use another cable car. Tribby, you ready?
Mhm.
Sam, Fidelio us?
3, 2, 1. Fidelio.
All right. So, Doyle continues cutting until he's got like this giant pile of things, and only after the pile is done does he give that stare towards Lestrin at first and just, so, what kind of dive are we doing?
What kind of dive are we doing?
I just assumed pearls.
No.
I don't actually remember.
Shipwreck.
We're going after the Quarka ruins.
The Quirka ruins?
Quirka ruins.
All of you kind of chiming in. It's just, oh, it would be those. Of course. Viscerum just can't leave me here to rot.
He actually said you're the best.
Long pause. Holds out a hand and just, oi, fishman, smell my finger.
No, thank you.
I was gonna ask if it smelled like you. And then he kind of turns back and just, Quirka ruins are hard. Of course, Viscerum's gonna try to jerk my dick off and tell you that it's easy and that I'm the best.
Mm-hmm.
I'm guessing he couldn't get any other scrubber, could he?
I don't know how much you tried.
Has a long stare at you and just, I hope he did, but I know he didn't. Finishes chopping his vegetables and just, all right, well, you're here. It's late night in Trinisbad, which means that if you go wandering out and back, it's probably dangerous. Would you like to stay here and interrogate your friend from the swamps?
That's okay with the others.
I mean, do we have to eat this?
This
We already ate tonight.
He looks at you and just, where do you eat?
Over at the fancy Grimsby place.
Rolls his eyes and, by Julius sparking balls, that place. They make decent food. Grimsby hires artists. I'll give you that. But I'm willing to bet his food isn't good for your soul. And he kind of starts staring at the roux. And Lester, while you're like sitting there whisking this thing and it's starting to get tedious, he looks at it and just, it looks about good. Extra heat does it good. And basically, he has used a dangerous amount of heat to make this quickly. But,
We're making gravy?
uh-huh.
sort of.
What color? White or brown? I hope it's brown.
Oh, it's brown. It's browning quite nicely.
Oh.
And he starts getting the veggies going, and he starts getting out some sausages and cutting those, and he's basically got some separate vegetables and butter on the skillet, and just... Like I said, you all look beat up. Could use something hearty, good for you. Have you all ever dived before?
I mean, yes, but
We went through the training.
We're trained.
And Jyotis basically says he lives underwater, so or can.
I'll explain
Blue ocean fishman.
the previous trip that we did.
So you saw them. Looks like
Yeah.
a giant piece of brain coral, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Though it was probably a good 300 feet below us yet.
Well, that's how you know that you're almost a safe distance away. So, fishman, you're fully trained. You lived plenty of time underwater, and all these ones have training.
They have some training, yes. Did you guys all get proficient? Yeah, you did.
Yeah,
in
they're
dive
all
time, right?
proficient.
Yep.
Maybe some dive training.
Yep, they have proficiency. Viscerum saw to their training.
Oh, good. Probably also taught them how to politic. He starts
Okay.
browning the sausage and throws
likes
some
to
rice on.
Latham looks over closely, gives a nice smell, appreciating because he knows the cookbooks. And he likes good food.
Yeah, as much as Doyle is not the most charismatic individual that you've met, his cooking is nothing to joke about. Like, the spices, the smoke, the scents, everything just triggers in just the right proportions. And what's interesting is that the scents that he's creating start to kind of drift into the nostrils, and you feel just a little bit more awake. Almost as though there's just a little bit of magic in what he does.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So, we're going diving. You got a boat?
It's docked
Catamaran.
in the free docks.
It's Gary's boat.
Well, I take it Gary's the human.
Yeah.
Yes, I have the boring name.
My name's Doyle, and my last name is Hanson because I lost my clan name. Your name's not boring, kid.
I changed it to be boring.
He looks up and just... Now you see, that's almost interesting. Goes back to finishing just a little bit of the last parts of it. Starts putting together dirty rice, jambalaya, and basically finishes off the roux into a nice brown gravy.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Stares back at Lolly and you. Why aren't you hungry? What's your calling?
Hmm? I already told you I ate at the place.
Mm-hmm. What kind of food you like?
Can't.
Anything sweet.
Uh-huh.
Alright. Get some cornbread. Nah. Sure enough, he opens up an oven that he's been keeping just warming and pulls out this tray. And when it comes out, Lolly, you get honey, clove, cardamom, and a little bit of cinnamon with butter that's melting, and oh, so much sugar.
So very much sugar.
Well,
Gas prestidigitation to make it taste like cotton candy cake.
No.
Oh, Lolly?
No.
and he can't tell that because he's not magical, so he starts cutting it up, takes a little bite, and just, it's wrong. And takes it and starts shoving it off the table.
No, wait!
Just... What?
I wanted that.
But it's wrong.
But it's good. It's cotton candy flavor.
Narrows his eyes and just looks over at his knife, looks at the rest of you. It is almost 1 bell in the goddamn night, and you are fucking with my food?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were giving that to me. Here, I dispel it.
Before you make something taste like something else, do the honor and due diligence of trying.
I mean,
He slides some across the table to you. I think it helps people feel a little better. And he gives you this long stare and just, you want to know how I know each time Cinerak has sent someone to spy on me?
I was going to ask you about that.
They won't eat any food because they assume I'm going to poison them.
Oh.
Oh.
Well, here, I'll eat this. Nom, 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 nom.
Like, he watches. Yeah, no, it is legitimately the best tasting item you have had, and also there is a little bit of a benefit to this.
Yeah.
Give me 1 second.
I mean, it's not cotton candy cake, but...
I'm excited to eat the jambalaya.
You get
Me too.
the next time you need to recover hit dice, you get 1d8 extra hit points.
Ooh.
And
Yeah.
all of his food, as he preps it, prepares it, brings it out to y'all. And sure enough, Lester, you get a nice big heaping pile of jambalaya.
Just sausage, please.
Goes back to the pan, scrapes more sausage in there. That is real Soulforge boar. You want to know how hard it is to get the fucking Summer Sun Corsairs to ship that?
Oh, I know. I took some with me when I originally sailed to Alaris Mall.
Mm-hmm.
Jyotis nods at Garret.
Yeah, so everyone now has this benefit for the next 24 hours that the next time you try to regain hit points, you regain an extra 1d8 hit points.
Yay!
Is that from
Thank
short
you.
rest or is that from healing spells as
It's
well?
his special
Short-
food, right?
Short rest and or healing spells with how special he is.
Cool.
That is some good eatings.
Mhm.
Awesome.
Yay, chefs.
It is pretty fantastic, I have to admit.
This is heavenly.
Well, we're about to go on the ocean, and there's just a hint of sadness in him about that. Which, by a hint, I mean like it's like a dwarven hammer.
Hmm.
So, might as well have good food before we go. Right, Fishman?
Indeed.
See, the Fishman knows that the water food is naturally shitty. You gotta add fire to make it better.
That and it might be a while before we're back.
Out of curiosity, are there other ingredients or things that you want us to keep an eye out for while we're on this little adventure? That might help your pantry over there.
It won't be here. Kicks his feet up. This is last hurrah. I owe Fisram. I have to do it. But if I leave this place, Cinerak's gonna take it.
Oh no.
So, you mean you can't be back here? You won't come back here?
I don't know. Been here long enough just to get used to this shithole.
Hmm.
You actually want to come back?
I like being a thorn in his fucking side, because I don't know how he did it, but he convinced the entire Gettys to just give up. They just gave up. I don't even know where they went.
I mean,
Well, if it comes to it, we are looking to set up our own base eventually. After the job. If you're
And you
looking
want
for
an
adventure,
angry dwarf with you.
I want a competent seaman with me.
You also happen to be the best cook we've ever met.
Looks over at Lestrin for a second and is just like, in Dwarvish, do these here all worship the Lord of Bellows, or are they just jerking me by my chain to make me feel better?
No, they really do like your food. I haven't gotten to cook for them yet, so you're the best.
Competitive much? Good to see the dwarvish nature survive to younger generations.
so wait.
Turns back to... What?
Wait. So, my brain, things are happening in there. My brain. Okay. You and Cinerak have a like grr fight kind of mentality, right? And we have one of his.
Have a beef.
They have a beef.
Lolly, I was thinking exactly the same thing.
Let's wake him up. and be like,
Let's wake him up.
hey.
I'm going to scarf the rest of the food because it's
Let's
just so
blindfold
good.
him first. All right, I'm going to blindfold the thingy first. I still can't believe you guys thought this was me.
I mean,
Rude.
You weren't there.
Pretty
You
convincing,
were not
Lolly.
there. You were not there, Lolly.
Mhm.
Like, we thought it was you because it looked like you. We thought you might be under a spell or something.
Yeah.
Doyle standing near Lolly under his breath is just in their defense. They're dumb.
Yeah. All right. Anyways, I'm going to
Michael.
blindfold the thingy. Let's wake him up.
Be an asshole.
First things first, find a chair
Uh-huh.
and remove the hog tie after I've determined it's still unconscious.
It's still
And then-
unconscious.
I'm going to tie it very securely to a chair. And then let Lolly wake it up.
All right. Are we ready for this?
Nope. Let's do it.
All right. I'm going to give it a little healing light boop.
Okay.
And it's
Roll.
going to recover 5 HP.
I like how you heal your enemies better than you heal your allies.
Hey,
Yeah, thanks.
not now.
It-
Anyways, I'm going to give it a little love boop.
Yep. It, well, if it wasn't blindfolded, it would snap its eyes open, but after being booped, it does come to consciousness, attempts to move,
I
Hmm.
still
immediately
don't see...
tries a check.
Yes, sorry.
It's not enough, because Gary is quite good with those ropes.
Thank you for not making me roll again. I
No,
think
you rolled
two
2 20s,
in a
man.
row.
No. I know the caution would just be like, you want another, Bob? Here's another. So, no, the thing does try to move. And it's got a grace and a fluidity to it where, like, Gary, if you had not done this as good as you did, it would have already dislocated a shoulder temporarily and slipped halfway out. But after detecting how good the ropes are, it stops moving and becomes dead still.
Hi, I'm Lolly. What's your name?
Looks at you. What do you think my name is? And when it speaks, it has no tone of inflection, no emotion
Do you have
And
a
this
name?
is in common?
in common.
Do you have a name?
No.
Oh. Let's call you No. No. I have a proposition for you, because you work for Cinerak, right?
Why don't you think it?
Because I want everybody else to hear. Do you not just have normal conversations? Really, you guys? You thought this was me? Anyways, for everybody else's benefit, you work for Cinerak, right?
You've blindfolded me.
Yes. Yes, we have.
That makes it difficult to tell if I'm only one.
Well, I mean, Gary, what do you know about these things? Like, how can we reassure him without just, like, showing off where we are? Yeah, you know what? The blindfold was silly.
I mean,
No.
You said they can read our minds anyways, right?
No.
Yeah, they can
Wait.
read minds, detect thoughts, but I do not know if that requires eye contact.
Don't take the blindfold off.
Okay. Anyways,
Make it struggle. Jesus.
all right.
I mean, we could
Ease
just
into my
kill it.
brains. I'm gonna start thinking about how Cinerak has kind of been the whipping boy of the night, and how he's not having a great night, and he's probably gonna take it out on somebody who was stupidly caught by the enemy, and how he might as well just kind of hide. Are you
Roll
getting
a
the big
persuasion
picture now?
check. Roll a persuasion check.
At advantage.
Can I help?
How would you help, Gary?
I want to point out that doppelgangers are normally listed as kill on sight, and the fact that we haven't means that we have a stake in its survival.
I mean, we're not gonna kill it. We're not gonna kill it, man.
Roll
Why
persuasion with advantage.
I'm not gonna kill you anyways. Not great. 10?
You can tell that it's not dissatisfied with what you're thinking so far, but it is not wildly moved in your direction either.
Okay, well, I'm just gonna say that Cinerak is not gonna be pleased with you. Maybe you kind of want to lie low for a few days. And, he's probably gonna come stomping around this area if he thinks that our buddy here is gone. Maybe you just kind of hold down the fort as him.
Starts listening and just Doyle.
Yeah.
And Doyle just, stop reading my mind, you fucking nitwit.
Yeah, that's rude. Come on, just speak out loud, man. We've been over this. It's rude.
It tries to kind of look up at you, Lolly. Cinerak will know.
Because you're
It
gonna tell him?
always knows.
Are you sure?
You can roll insight.
That was pretty good, actually. 18?
So, you get that this thing is being honest,
Mm-hmm.
but more importantly, you get that there's an underlying pretext of how Cinerak would know.
Okay, how does Cinerak know, then?
Roll another persuasion check.
Ooh, this one's pretty good. 18?
It keeps us addicted. A substance required to live. 1 dose, 48 hours, or death.
What's the substance?
Black Lotus extract mixed with Grail Star.
Ooh. Do we have either of those things? I mean,
After scanning the thoughts in the room, you do not.
I mean, this is like Trinus bad, though. Like, you could just
Yeah.
go down to the
Lolly,
black market right over there.
Lolly,
What?
the Grail stars are only grow in Mirar 12-Osh. We have one of them. That's it.
But we do have one.
My guess is we need several.
I mean,
Correct.
maybe they make like a big old batch. We don't know
Probably.
the exact amount. Like,
1 Lotus Root and 1 Grail Star would be a 1-month supply if correctly.
okay. Well, where could we get Black Lotus? At the black market.
There is a chance.
All right, well, I'll just go to the store right now and we'll go get you your drugs.
We met Jim at the party, and he sells plants at the bazaar during the night.
See, we already have a place to buy drugs. So are you on board or not?
Listening.
I mean, at worst, we leave this place, and whatever, Cinerak already knows that Doyle's gone, and he raided this place anyways. This place is basically burned to the ground. What we're offering to you is that you could stay here as Doyle and just kind of hold the fort down until you get bored of it or whatever. I guess you could go back to Cinerak if you really wanted to.
Need to confirm. No other doppelgangers in presence.
Well,
Please
nobody
remove the blindfold.
is talking like this to you.
When he says that, can I do my hand trick to the net?
Fine, I remove the blindfold.
Looks around the room. And it makes like intense eye contact with these just blank white eyes at each person in the room.
These things can't charm people, can they?
No.
Oh, okay. No, wait, Gary.
No,
Oh,
they can just detect thoughts and change
exactly
that
what I
form.
would say if he could.
I'm gonna roll a d6. Oh, God. 6. Let's see what that is. So, Jyotis, after it looks at you for a second, looks and almost has a reaction, and then its body transforms into Sana. Like within a moment, there's no visible moment of change where its
Hey.
skin does something complicated. It's just now in the perfect form and shape. This will do. Easier to communicate. This one is blunt and short. This will do nicely. No other doppelgangers in the room. No other doppelgangers within the premises.
Okay.
Excellent.
I don't. Do you intend on keeping that shape?
No,
Okay.
it is difficult to communicate in the template.
I see.
There's so many thoughts, so many things, so many different beings.
So holding a
Memories.
shape clears that?
Yes, easier to focus. Easier to detect another doppelganger. This one likes the name No. This one accepts that name. If you are willing to pay this one in a well-made extract of Grailstar and Black Lotus extract, this one will do as you have asked and pose as the drunken, inflammatory dwarf. Cinerak may still find out.
I mean, probably.
What will happen to you if he does?
Termination, followed by ingestion. Or possibly, if not lucky, the other way around.
Eat you?
Yes,
Ew.
What is that? Like, what does that do? Why? I am confused.
memories.
He'd eat you for the memory. Oh, man.
Wow. You've got a bad boss. Is there any
That is correct.
addiction?
Simic is the dark tide, is he not?
Leader of the Dark Tides.
Yeah.
No known cure for the addiction,
Hmm.
though attempts to research it are difficult because Grailstar is difficult to obtain. Difficult to cultivate.
Like, at that point, Jyotis literally walks over to Garret and says, we might know somebody that could help with that.
We might.
Who you thinking of, Jyotis? Because I read thoughts.
Dale and Lead.
Interesting.
Ooh.
Unknown quantity.
Yeah, I doubt you've ever met them. Highly doubt.
Never
Maybe try to
encountered
talk
anything
together.
close to that. Very interesting. It has
Perhaps
now
you could
stopped
take part of
struggling.
that 1 month supply and visit them.
Yeah, who wants to go with Lolly? I assume I'm going to head with at least Lolly, unless anybody else wants to go to the Bazaar.
Yeah,
I would
let's
like
buy
to
drugs.
ask, do you know the process of making this extract?
No, it is hidden from us.
Okay.
Lolly,
That's
do you know the
ask
process of lowering prices in the market?
What?
Do you know of any tricks to help lower the prices? Because I assume we have a very expensive little shopping list. I'll come with.
Yeah, at worst I could
I,
suggest
I,
them to give us a good price.
I assume the only thing we need is probably the Black Lotus. What Jyotis wants to buy some things for himself.
Interesting. Let me look. Nope.
And Jyotis wants to check through his notes at this point to see if there's anything that resembles what he's talking about on the list of things that we got from Let It, or that notebook that we found that had all of the recipes from
No,
Narar Tavash.
but interestingly enough, their methodologies for extracting safe ingredients from otherwise toxic things could potentially be transferred if you could find an alchemist.
And I'm going to relay that to Garret for sure. So we're going to need to find.
Probably ask around the marketplace.
Yeah, we're going to need to find somebody to concoct this for us. As much as I'd like to try, I don't think I'm skilled enough yet.
They would do better to not know what they are making.
We won't
Sidorak
tell.
eliminate any competition.
We won't tell them what it is. Just how to make it, I guess. Question mark.
Kind of.
Do you have a sample of it?
No. Samples are obtained at the Aurora Spire.
Damn.
That is how it keeps control. We must check in, share knowledge. Sinorak determined that you and Grimsby teaming up would be a threat. It wanted you monitored and harassed or eliminated.
Well, at least for that part of your mission, we've managed to avoid getting into business with Grimsby.
It does not matter that you avoided it. And it looks at you, Gary, and shifts into your mother, sitting there looking prim and proper now. You would know what an alliance looks like, Gary. You would know exactly what an alliance is and how it would work. The semblance of an alliance is all it takes to declare a little strength, and a little strength in this area is more than enough to maintain power.
So are we not welcome at the docks anymore?
Becomes sauna as it turns back to Jyotis to answer a question. The docks, those docks, it cannot move openly against you. The free docks have rules. The dark tides are paid by the merchants who land there. If Sinorak opposed you directly without good reason, he would be undermining his employees.
I just wanted to make sure other people are safe.
Looks at you quizzically, and you care. You actually care. You care about your dark tide. Interesting.
That said, I'm not surprised he rules with an iron fist in this town.
Uh-huh.
Well, if this is the path we've decided, then we should probably get working.
Yes.
Need to find the ingredient, find somebody who's capable of mixing it, and get the supply that is necessary. Otherwise, we should just cut this one loose now and send them on their merry way to report in whatever it wants.
Agreed.
Mm-hmm.
This one would be terminated for telling you all of these things. It will
Well,
not
then let's
report
do
it.
everything. Well, let's do everything that we can to prevent that from happening. Yes. At
Yes.
least delaying it as long as possible.
Yes.
At this point, Bob, can I reach my hand into my bag and check on the Grail Star and make sure it's in decent condition?
You can.
It's in the bag.
You know how when an eggplant starts to get a little old, it's got just a little squish to it?
Yeah.
Like it's no longer quite firm? That's the feeling. Like it's still there. It's not
there, but
goo.
it's getting it's on the verge of being on the verge of being old.
Yeah, it's getting ready to ferment soon.
Yeah. Well, I relay that to Garret, so maybe we might want to check into getting another one, if it's available.
At some point, we'll see about going back. Another thing I'd like us to consider, gazing over at our
Mm-hmm.
when we find the alchemist to mix it, perhaps we can slowly reduce the potency of each dose.
I agree.
Try to
Wean him off.
Weed him off of
wean
it.
off.
It again becomes your mother. And just the intensity of this item is potent enough where merely less than a millimeter or a milliliter is required. Too much, knock one
And
to a
he's-
permanent coma.
Any skilled alchemist would be able to dilute it.
True. That's why
And-
Cinerak keeps either killing them or wiping their memories.
And you should know that I do not get along very much with my mother, and it's really frustrating when you do that.
Yeah, you're kind of stepping back, you know.
So that's your mother.
When Lolly starts talking, No becomes Molly,
Oh my.
Oh,
and the ropes do loosen a little bit, but doesn't struggle.
That's a pretty good impression. But the others, I
Yeah.
think you're kind of scaring them.
No.
It's
I
not that I
enjoy
need to.
It's more of a visceral reaction, I think, for me.
Finding the easiest person with a similar attitude to communicate as. This one is interesting.
She's so smart, right?
Intelligent, dangerous, powerful, and aware. And sad, but happy. A delightful mixture.
She is the coolest.
Jyotis is actually kind of enjoying seeing these people that his friends know.
Right. Because, again, Gary's mother was, like, regally dressed in this beautiful, noble garb, and it was this form-fitting dress that showed no hint of her age, striped between both yellow, purple, black, and a little bit of green. And now Molly is sitting there in very, very just child's wrapping style monk robes that are just gray, shaved head, green skin. Young Gith have very smooth skin to where it almost does look kind of goblinoid, where it just looks like skin instead of all the ridges and scales.
We're losing light. We're losing the night. So let's get moving
Yes,
on since
let's
it's the
get-
path we're taking.
I guess I'll
Let's get
stay here
going.
and watch. No.
It's
I will stay
reasonable.
behind as well, and then I'm going to move to start loosening the knots. You've made a deal, and we're going to trust you to not try to kill us again, yes?
Looks at Lestrin for a second and just... You don't know a lot of people that haven't hurt you, do you?
Nope.
Difficult.
Good.
And Lestrin, you get this little sense and semblance that it's because you headbutted it to unconsciousness that you're the one person that it's kind of being a little more careful around. Whereas it's okay with needling
That's
everyone
respect.
else just a little bit. You're the one who's like, not that one.
Yeah, that's a good decision.
Don't want to stir that beehive.
Oh, yeah, I'll just kill you.
Yeah,
And I'll
That's true.
help.
Lestrin's okay with digging graves.
Yeah, again,
Yeah,
no. Read the room.
I don't mind digging your grave. If
Your
everybody
shit-
else is...
Your
I'm
graves
sure-
have been prepaid for.
Uh-huh.
It's okay. It's not the first time.
Alright.
At
So,
this point, like on the way out, at this point, Jyotis is like, well, I've been 67 times.
Doyle under his breath of just like, don't need to fucking brag about it, fishman.
You don't want to know.
Oh, it's not that kind of 8.
No.
Too bad.
Alright, so, Latham, are you going to go with Lolly and Jyotis, or are you going to stay here too?
They're to go to the market. I think it'd be best if I tagged along.
It might be nice to have a skill.
Negotiator?
Mm-hmm. Especially since it's probably black market. I mean, for sure, at least one black market item. I don't know what the status of Lotus is. Black Lotus is. Sounds like it could be also black market.
Do you all have enough coin to cover these costs?
I still got 6 plaid on me.
Anyone know
Jyotis
anything
has
about
all the money, by the way.
I have some money.
Bank of
Oh, yeah.
Jyotis?
I actually haven't put that in my inventory, the undivided money.
My God, are you guys ever just going to divide it? I've never been like, hey, you need to do this in character.
They're about to make us do it though if we're not careful.
I'm just going to have to take it someday if you're not going to do
No.
it. I mean,
Yeah, we gotta do that.
After we end tonight, Jyotis, go ahead, or Ship, go ahead and do the whole calculation and throw it into the chat, and everybody else will fix it.
Well, we did the calculation once, I think. I don't know if we actually altered
Yeah,
everybody.
do it
Sincerely
again.
just don't
All right.
remember.
Yep.
So
The calculator, it's linked in one of the other chats.
we
Yes.
have the party dividing because splitting the party is this party's modus operandi, and I somehow don't kill you all for it.
Yep.
All right. So we have Gary, Lestrin, and Doyle staying behind with no.
And Pavu probably, unless Pavu wants to go.
No, I
home.
think actually Pavu should go with you
Mhm.
to the market, because then he can continue on to his home.
That's perfect.
And like Pavu kind of wakes up and just, that sounds so nice. Home. No offense, Dwarf. Smells good here. And Doyle just, I'll give you some for the road. Fucking rock.
Don't dwarves like rocks? Let's go.
Oh, don't fishmen like fish?
Yeah.
Fuck you, Fishman. Fucking racist. All
So-
dwarves like rocks. What the fuck? And just turns to Lester and like, you kick that asshole in the shin yet?
He already did.
Yeah, a couple times.
Good.
I think twice.
Probably
Save one
more
for
of that
me.
to come.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
Just make sure you hit his not fake shin. It'll hurt more.
Looks over and like, Fishman, you a peg leg?
He pulls up the one leg and then extends out the fins.
Whoa. Dinner and a movie. Well, dinner and a show first. I think that's what they say in Gilderstrand. Yeah.
This is dessert.
Don't be gross, Fishman.
Cheers. Let's go. So,
I need a roll of a d12, and Lester, and even though you're staying behind, I feel like you haven't gotten to roll the d12 yet, so it's your turn.
I've done it like one time.
Yeah,
I usually get missed in the shuffle.
I will try to remember you.
I will remember.
You get a 1.
Okay, and I need a d4.
One dice that I don't have in real life. That's a 1.
Okay. All right. Well, adventurers, as
You will all
you
die.
are wandering out, the four of you,
uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
things go relatively smooth. You all reach the Bazaar in quick time. The night it's just about 2 bells now, so even the most drunk and rowdy people are starting to fall asleep. And it's just a magically pleasant journey, because every other time in Trinisbad, it's been kind of shady, a little bit on the like, oh, who's going to try to shiv us? We have to look big and tough. But this time it just goes so pleasantly. And the only thing that's even a little bit foreboding is that the malachite coil starts lighting up green in the distance again, with that like just untimed, unkept green eldritch glow that bursts out in place of a standard rotating light and just
Mm.
But otherwise you reach the Bazaar quite quickly.
Before Pavu goes, I just kind of mentioned to him, I say, Pavu, would your mother mind if I had one of those vine plants from the swamp someday?
You want an assassin vine?
Not the assassin vine, the benign meat-eating plant.
Oh, I'll ask.
Thanks, I appreciate it.
She'll probably know where to send it. Mom is smart.
You have a good night, sir.
You too. And you can see that he's sobered up a little. But he kind of gives Lolly a little bit of a bow and just, sorry you thought I was being bad. Wasn't trying to be, just trying to blend. Those people are scary.
They are, aren't they?
Nods. Meek's a little scary too, but wants an alliance.
He is.
Would
but
make
in,
us a
like,
little stronger.
Fun way. Like, he cray, not like he crazy.
Not like eating memories crazy.
Right?
Mm-hmm. Eating memories.
Alright, well, be safe getting home.
Yeah, night and morning. And he just kind of slowly stomps off. And there's like one person who starts walking up towards him, and he just raises a hand and they just run. Just run. The bazaar has a like an ankle-high amount of coastal fog that has just drifted over it. And the lights here are a mixture of blues and a little bit of pink and greens that just softly sit in lamps. There's a few firefly lamps as well. Most of them appear to be whale oil lanterns that have been altered with a little bit of alchemical mixtures. There's a couple of dancing lights that are genuinely dancing lights, though. And most of the stalls are closed, but there are a few that are open. I would like perception checks, please.
Looking for Jim.
Sweet.
It's Jimmy.
10.
18. 18 on the perception.
4, Bob. 4 on the perception.
Ouch.
Ooh.
Lolly.
Ow.
This is gonna be fun.
Uh-huh.
Well, thumbs too
What's your
distracted.
perception?
10.
Plus 3.
Okay. Lolly, while you're taking in all the lights and such, you're kind of distracted looking for candies because plant shops suck.
I love
And-
candy.
And you don't find any immediately, but also nothing really weird happens. Jyotis, I'll get to you in a moment, but Latham, you're kind of like having that window shopping eye.
I got
And as
distracted
you-
by the signies.
Yeah, it's that long moment of like, ooh, what's that? Ooh, what's that? Ooh, what's that? Ooh, what's that? And without kind of watching closely, you wander off just a little bit from the rest of the group and come to one particular stall with glass cases that is just filled with shrunken heads that have too many eyes. And
Oh my goodness.
All this wonder everywhere.
Yep, I was just thinking of that song. It's glorious.
a small, disembodied voice reaches out to you with just almost a sweet, sultry undertone of just, well, what's a man like you doing in a place like this in this witching hour?
Good night for a little window shopping? And raises an eyebrow looking at these small heads. It's quite the collection you have here.
Yeah, you want to roll an Arcana check on those?
Kana. With a different eye that did not do much better than my perception. 11 total.
They sure don't look very human. In fact,
Sorry,
some of
12.
them seem to have like just one eye in the middle and a lot of stalks. Like 11, if you count correctly. But they're all small, shrunken. They look dead in their little tiny jars of whatever that liquid is. And this woman behind the counter appears humanoid. In fact, might even be a regular human, save for the fact that her eyes are just midnight black. They reflect all the lights coming in around them with this joy and warmth, like you're the first person she's seen. And she has this smile that's just both equal parts welcoming and invigorating. Like she's into you. You might even want to be into her. She looks somewhere between her 20s and 30s. Difficult to actually gauge. Her hair is well kept, and it's free flowing but curled, and just at about the shoulder. She wears this green cloak over her right shoulder, but not over her left, and is otherwise wearing a black blouse and some very form-fitting dark purple trousers and tall red boots. Anything interesting to you tonight, sir?
You seem to have some friends who came and stayed a little too long. I assume I'm not the first to look as Latham looks around the room of your advances.
Not the first tonight, but definitely the best. And she pushes one of the jars aside a little bit to get a closer look at you. I can always see the talented ones.
A little abashed for a moment because, compliments do work well on Latham.
Mm-hmm.
But trying to regain his composure. Yeah, trying to regain his composure, looks around and just simply asks, I'm on a hunt for something. Have you heard of a black lotus?
Heard of it. Jim's probably got them. But what I offer here is a little bit spicier. She gives you a smile and just, now, you've got something spicy soul already. But aren't you tired of being a little unlucky?
Can I tell if someone's trying to use charm person on me? Or any other similar deceptive?
Theoretically, no, but I would let you roll an insight check.
Okay. Insight. 23.
She's not trying to charm you, but whatever she is holds the power to do so if she so chose.
While Latham is appreciative of such powers, go ahead.
You get the sense and semblance in her voice with how she speaks, that the cadence, the rhythm, the harmonics of it would very easily carry in and convince you to do so many things. You might even like it. But in the meantime, your mind is still yours.
Yeah, Latham's not so keen. That doesn't have quite the upper hand in the situation. Decides, it's been a long night.
Oh,
I think it's time to get on with my shopping, if you don't mind. And I'm sure, is it David's or likely to close soon?
Jim don't close until the sunlight, sweetie. But in the meantime, you should know I ain't here to hurt you. I find ones like you to be interesting. If you ever want a little power, you come by, I'll have a good bargain for you. None of that soul shit that you used to. Just a little bit of something extra. Who knows? You might like it.
Latham walks back towards the door, hand kind of on the hollow of his back, other hand on the cane, just opens the door. Keep that in mind, my dear. And quickly moves out.
Latham, roll a new perception check.
15 on the die. 18 total.
The weirdest part is that after you walk out, you feel like your head's in a much better place. You see Lolly looking for candy, Jyotis looking like he's about to zoom in on something, and you kind of realize that moment of like, wait, what was I doing? Why was I window? And you turn back around and you notice that the little shop you walked into was empty. Perfectly empty. Closed for the night.
Latham knows to not question it too much. Sounds about right.
And Jyotis, let's get to you, because there's a moment where, like, Lolly, distracted by Candy, is kind of not focused on the Latham situation, so he disappeared for a moment.
Yeah,
You're
I was,
kind
I
of
was like, where's
very
Latham?
carefully
Whatever.
scanning, and you find gems, and right about when you're about to tell the others, you notice that Latham is gone, and then you look at Lolly and decide that Latham's not with her, and right before you can do anything and call him out or anything, he just comes out of an empty shop.
Empty shop. Uh-huh.
Strolls on out, one hand on the cane, looking just like Latham.
I'm just gonna shrug that off, like, that's our
Latham.
lawyer. That's our lawyer. I like Latham.
It's all questionable.
Yeah, no, but you do find Jim's. He is 4 stalls down, and to the left, he is an outdoor salesman. He is not going to be selling his wares indoors.
Mhm.
From what you can tell, some of his items are in cages, others are in large glass tubes.
Wait, like still plants but in cages? Amazing.
Uh-huh.
I mean, we've got
Uh-huh.
some, we've got some of our own
And as you
plans.
approach, Jim is no longer in that well-formed fitted suit. Now he's just kind of wearing a very loose long-sleeve shirt, some very thick leather gloves, and an apron that has a spade and what looks like several seed packets in it.
Mhm, mhm.
He just smiles and, you came. You came.
It did.
Oh, so exciting. So rare to meet a botanist enthusiast. How can I help?
Well, we need some potentially, shall we say, less than legal items.
Ooh. Need an assassin vine? I've got an assassin vine.
No, nothing so dangerous. But we're looking for a black lotus and perhaps 1 grail star.
You don't say that kind of plant this loud. No. He looks around, checks the entire area. You're lucky I like you. Those are really illegal, my friend. Cinerak has a tight control of those.
Ah,
And they're not illegal in the sense that, don't do it. There's no law. But if you bring them to port, you go away.
I see. Not in the sense like the way that the Dajani have outlawed other things.
Deshaun.
The grails. Shall we say it's starfruit?
There you go. He phrases. And he kind of taps the table in front of you and just... Those starfruits, I can get it. They've recently learned how to grow them. Takes forever, though.
But you don't have any on hand tonight?
I didn't say that. He quietly reaches under and pulls out what appears to be a very large ice box and sets it down.
Eyes it from a distance, raises an eyebrow, and on it casts Distorts Value.
Is that a box of colding or something?
Something similar. A method of my own invention for these. See, they ferment over time, so what you gotta do is you put it in warm soil and cold atmosphere. It freezes it like you can't tell what environment it's in, so it just stays the same. Almost like a hibernation. It
Intriguing.
keeps the plant up. They are difficult to keep alive. And he slowly opens it just a smidge and gives you the come hither with his hand to like have you take a peek inside.
Mm-hmm. Do I need to roll perception?
Yeah, you will.
All right. Perception. 21.
Okay. Not only does it have one of the Grail Star fruits, even though they're a bit smaller, it has 5, and it is a full plant.
Oh, wow.
And he kind of shuts the lid on it. Now, let's see. Oh, Jesus Christ. Tide Pod dice. Why? Well,
That's something. Let's find
Distort value was very, very successful. Put it that way.
Yes. Thanks,
Because
Latham.
after shutting the box, he, so. I think this is worth everything included 15 gold.
For the box. Hey. Yeah. Jyotis looks both ways, like.
Yeah, no, like, Jyotis, you know how good of a deal you're getting. It's crazy. It should have just cut things in half, but I rolled a freaking 1
Oh,
on
no.
his intelligence check.
Jyotis is quite aware of, like, yeah, like he looks both ways. Like, yeah, I'll take that for the box. That seems reasonable.
Yeah, 15 gold. Now,
Okay.
That sounds
as for
reasonable.
that other thing you want,
Mm-hmm.
that's difficult. They grow in the verdant inferno, but tell you what, I got some petals because those aren't illegal. And he takes out another little box. And this time it's just like, it's almost like a leaf press box where it's more like photo frame size.
Yeah,
It's
like
covered.
a 4x5 or something.
Exactly. And
Latham raises his other eyebrow.
are you casting that again? Son of a bitch. God.
But the only time I ever get to use them, it's been.
Well, that time I got an 18, so fuck you, not again.
Oh, darn. Keep a track of the gold.
Latham needs a nap soon, though, because there's a lot of spell slots
Yeah, yeah.
burnt tonight between all the shenanigans.
Shenanigans,
With
indeed.
how valuable so it is tradition. One plant songs, but a 2-for-1 special. 1, 2 leaves condition.
Hold on a sec, Bob. I think I'm
Yeah, I
breaking
think
up a
you
little bit.
fell out.
You
Oh.
broke up
Bob,
I'm
pretty
sorry.
bad.
no worries.
Okay.
We're all like sitting here in suspense.
I thought
Like,
it was
Yeah,
yeah,
like,
yeah.
I was worried it was just me again.
I thought it was
Uh,
just me too.
Yeah,
Oh,
you
thank
can't take
goodness.
out low voice because then your microphone tries to cancel it out.
Yep.
Sorry.
It's all right.
Unless you get nice and close to the microphone.
Yeah, no, I moved it a bit closer. Here we go.
Yeah.
So he carefully peels back just a little bit, and you can see these beautiful violet and black glowing petals that have been plucked and placed with great care into a soft black velvet. Now, these, traditionally, 1 platinum per leaf. Petals, 2 platinum. But I'm running a special. 2 petals, 1 platinum, 5 gold.
Are the petals the source of the important ingredients needed?
Gotta roll a check.
I seem to remember
Right.
him mentioning the root.
If you do it right, you'll get it. But it's more difficult to get this root. But the root is highly and contained.
So we need the root.
No. Good alchemists can make it with these. But if you want root, you want 50 plat.
That's a little over my price range, so I'm sorry.
No apology necessary. You gotta understand the risk.
I understand. Jyotis looks to Latham. What do you think? Should we chance it with the 2 petals? Or try to go find one of these damn things?
I don't think Latham knows the alchemy well enough to know if that's the 2 petals is enough of a chance.
I mean, I'll let you roll a check because you're jack of all trades.
That's 2. Well, that gives me.
It's an intelligence check. It's not.
Thank you, Lolly Dice Tower. 19 on that one.
In theory, he's right, because the roots are what absorb nutrients. But just because they absorb the nutrients probably means that the most intense part of them is located there for the chemical. The chemical should be flowing all throughout the plant, and with these petals being as well preserved as they are, if you found a skilled alchemist, they could make it work. Especially if you were looking for a dilution.
All right. It seems possible.
All right, I guess we'll take the 2-for-1 deal, huh?
Pleasure doing business with you, friend. And he basically sets open another container, pulls it open, and again, it's got that little black velvet, and you can tell that from, even though it's wood, it's airtight on each side. You keep these out of the light. In the light, they burn instantly.
Good to know. By the way, your containers here won't interfere with my bag, will they? Can I put them in that bag?
Oh, of course. It's mundane, just well made.
I just don't want to end the universe around me, you know.
He looks at you and like, I have no idea what you're talking about, friend.
I have a bag of holding.
Yeah, no, but he's also distorted on value, so he has no idea what you're talking about, friend.
Right.
It doesn't look like anything to me.
Right.
Sorry. Yeah, what was the 2-for-1 deal? It was 1 plat and
1 plat, 5 gold, 2
5
petals.
gold. Yep. 1 plat, 5 gold.
Yep, and he takes tongs and carefully places each petal in, and he looks at you and is just, you don't touch directly with your hands, and whatever steel you use to move these is thrown away after.
Understood.
Slides it closed.
And on the off chance, I was curious if you had any mint plants or plants that are minty in flavor that can be consumed just for fun.
He gives you this look and just, what's the fun in that? No, friend, I deal in plants that have a little danger in life. Now, if you needed a concentrated nicotine plant, that I can do. A man catcher can do. Get it in very quickly. But this? Mint? Go find it in the wild, friend.
It's fair. And then he asks about and he flips to his book of trees and asks about the one vine plant that he wanted. Not the one that's in the swamp.
Right. No, he looks at it for a second. Oh yeah, I have those.
Excellent. This is the one that saws its prey, correct?
Yeah.
Perfect.
Let's call that. And he looks it over and just, well, I have one that's relatively young. Let's say 2 gold with that in the pot.
2 gold. Done deal.
Perfect. And he, sure enough, pulls it out, and there it is. It's 8 inches tall and pointy in all the right ways. Slides it over to you.
Jyotis rummages through his bag and he's like, what do I pick this up with? I'm looking for a stick or something so that it can wrap around the stick.
Well, friends, I hope you have an excellent night.
You too, Jim. Pleasure doing business.
Anytime you need me, I'm here.
By the way, indeed, you wouldn't happen to know of an alchemist nearby, would you?
And give us kind of a look and just... Not many good ones left anymore.
Right.
Honestly, if you're looking for an alchemist, maybe you ought to try an herbalist instead.
Know any good ones?
Yeah. Prettiest hag is one hell of an herbalist.
Well, that's convenient.
I don't know how. She creeps me out, but in the meantime, if that's what you want, that's what you got.
Noted. Thanks for all your help, Jim. Stay safe.
You too, friend. I like return customers. Yeah. Puts that away. And for the first time notices Lolly and Latham, because Jyotis and him have this bond where they just talk plants and it's like a different language and it's just, oh, I'm so sorry. Can I help either of you?
No, that's quite right. Just doing a little evening browsing.
Well,
You seem to
Bazaar gets a little more bizarre after midnight, friend.
Oh, it would
Ain't
seem.
that the truth?
All right. Latham, did you hear that we need to go visit the prettiest hag? Again.
Not tonight. This is a late night. Rubs his forehead and goes, all right.
I'm gonna actually take out the messaging stone I have. Is the other stone with Garret?
With Echo?
It's with Echo. Damn it. Never mind. I put it back in my...
Who is still patiently waiting for someone to replace her on the boat, by the way.
Yeah. I'm gonna relay what's gone down to her as best I can in 25 words and be like, so sorry.
I need you to actually say it. I'm
Okay.
sorry, but it's 25 words.
25 words. All right, here we go.
It's a
Woo
Twitter
me.
handle here.
Echo, things have gone south since party. So sorry we have not relieved you. We might not get back to the boat until early morning. I am so sorry. Hopefully we can stick around so you get to see the town at least a little bit.
That was actually well done. Well done, sir.
That was close. I don't know if that was 25 or not.
I think it was... Yeah, it went over, but...
You're like...
Yeah. I'm
sorry.
and of course, Echo has the long wait and just you get this very, very tired response of, you woke me up to tell me. Ugh, can't think. See you in the morning, you jerk. Pay me.
Great. All right. So before Jyotis leaves the Bazaar, he's gonna, because
I actually need a survival check on this. All 3 of you can roll.
Oh yeah, we're gonna head to the prettiest hag.
Oh no, not that.
Oh, okay.
I'll
the
explain
bazaar?
once you roll it. Yeah, I need a survival check from the three of you.
From the Bazaar crew? Okay.
24. 24.
Mm-hmm.
7 for Latham.
Lolly,
What? What am I rolling?
survival.
Survival. I have no
Survival.
survival skills. Dirty 20.
Okay. Lolly and Jyotis, you two very quickly find your way out. It's all natural to you. Latham, you fall a half step behind at first just because you are so tired and this day has been so shitty. And in that moment where you just concentrate on your cane and walking, the mist kind of swirls up a little bit. And then Lolly and Jyotis are gone. And you're still in the bazaar. And every way you look, there's open tents, and now it's getting a bit louder, like people are coming through, wandering, and just talking and having a good time. Some cheer in the distance, but not directly in front of you. There's low candlelight in several of the venues surrounding you, and it appears that it splits off in multiple different directions. Between, you can go straight ahead, to the left, to the right, and if you were to go behind you, once again, you could go straight behind, to the left, or to the right. Where would you like to go?
Right, left, right. Let's find out. Actually, wait. We're gonna go. We're gonna go right.
Forward or backward?
Forward.
Okay. So as you proceed forward, you proceed for a good 50 feet. And once again, there's low lights. Most of these, for lack of a better term, bazaars are open air. And there appears to be goods, but every single time you get close enough to kind of start to inspect, they just fade into mist and are left abandoned. And after a good 75 feet, you start to have that, like, where am I? And when you look up, you realize again, you have the same directional options. Left, right, forward, left, right, behind, or directly behind, or directly forward.
I look to my left. Is there a merchant there?
Roll perception.
11%. 14.
Yeah, with a 14, you do see what appears to be a potion stand. It is loaded with soft glowing lights that appear to be healing potions, and then other colorations. One in particular that catches your eye is this tricolor between almost a sandy color up on top and then a slightly rich brown note followed by a gray note. There's a couple of bottles that seem like they're just full of air but still somehow steam out. And behind the counter you see a tiefling woman. Purple bluish skin, very upright pointed horns, youthful appearance, long red hair tied back behind her in a simple bun, and wearing a dress that is adorned in black and gold. When she sees you, her tail swishes a little bit, and, "Good evening, sir."
I seem to have gotten a little too sober this evening. Is there... How do you get out of here? I seem to have gotten a little lost. Do you think you can show me the way?
You have to find it for yourself. But typically, if you shop, it helps. The Midnight Bazaar is a little extra. She gives a little bit of a smile.
I look down at her. She has potions and such. I look down to see if she, and ask, I think I need something a little fiery in the way that reminds me a bit of home. Any of these delights worth a drink?
Oh, yes, sir. And she walks over and hands you a blue bottle. It's blue with little white specks in it. And upon close inspection, you can actually see that the white specks are flame. A heat so hot, it makes everything else feel cold.
Okay. And Thumb casually asks, how much is the damage?
Well, that depends how much you drink, doesn't it? And she kind of giggles a little and just...
For a sip. For a fun sip.
For a fun sip, let's call it a hack silver. You have a silver?
Hands it over. Between
And
two
she
fingers.
takes a cleaver from out of her dress and brings it down in full force onto the silver, splitting it in half. Holds up the other half to you. One sip, one hack silver.
Thumb somewhat dubiously raises the thing and has himself a little sip.
Uh-huh. Please roll a Constitution saving throw.
Time for a new character. Constitution. That's a 5.
Oh no.
Oh, this will be interesting. Okay. Latham, you gain 1 point of exhaustion as your body burns. You are heat resistant, so you feel like it shouldn't be damaging to you. But whatever this is so bright, so all-consuming, that it feels like your soul could burn out from within. Now, the bright side is, you have resistant to cold damage. The bad side is, I'll need a con save each night to see if you suffer from another stage of exhaustion.
So focusing in on that, I assume this hurts a little.
Oh, it's not the kind of pain that you lose HP. It's the kind of, like, it hits you all at once,
okay.
and it's like doing 3 different rum runs, where there's just that after effect of, oh my god! And cough, you sputter, you nearly fall to your knees, full weight on the cane, and when you look up, Lolly and Jyotis are 50 feet ahead of you, just outside the bazaar.
Not the first time. Something not weird. At least I found my crew.
Yep.
The girl who served it to me, to the left of the stand, is she still there?
Why don't you roll a perception check?
$17 plus dirty 20. I really do need my perception.
When you turn around, you half expect this place to be empty again because you're like, oh, fuck this place. What the fucking... And no, she's there. The potions look a bit more mundane now. And her skin color looks just a bit more real to it, almost not blotched per se, because tieflings don't tend to let that happen. But in the meantime, just a little less charismatic. And she pauses, looks at you, holds out a hand, certainly no cleaver in it, and just, sir, are you all right?
What was that thing called? Just for my curiosity.
Well, sir, that was, that's what we call an ice melter.
Ice melter, right. I'd best be on my way. Thank you much. And Latham's like now a little bit more exhausted. Catches up quickly to
Yep.
Lestrin.
Which by the way, technically from this point on, you will have disadvantage on checks.
All checks.
Well, that's stage 1 exhaustion, sir.
All right.
Latham, you okay? Should we maybe head back and
I could do with some rest for sure.
maybe head back and see if the others? Let's inform the others of what we've got and that we need to go see the prettiest hag again. Bob, before I like as I was leaving the bazaar, I wanted to cast see invisibility on myself.
Oh, you did you?
Yeah.
Well, time for your own little adventure. After you do that, I need you to roll a wisdom saving throw, please.
Oh dear. Wisdom save. 19 total, 17 on the dice.
Okay, well, you're sane, and that's a good thing. But after casting see invisibility on yourself, when you open your eyes to look upon the bazaar, the problem is that you see all of the potential bazaars.
Oh my goodness.
So, whatever this place is, during the night, it's almost like reality folds in on itself, and you're viewing it from the outside perspective, where you don't quite have true sight, because otherwise that would drive you insane no matter what you rolled on your damn save. But with see invisibility, you can start to see the blurred lines of reality folding in on itself, like that very Inception dream with how everything folds around.
Because I can just barely see the ethereal planes, right?
Right, and just in the right moment you look away because you realize it's a bit much.
Yeah, like, ooh, okay, that hurts. All right. Wasn't thinking that one through. I was hoping to use it to avoid ghosts and things on the way back.
Like I put ghosts in the shopping center on your way out.
On my way back to where we're going.
The ghosts are in the shopping center, silly.
Clearly.
So, well, Lolly, can I get a D12 roll for your return trip home?
2.
Okay. Once again, it is now 3 bells, and for some weird reason, the town is silent. Even the malachite coil is no longer glowing. The rest of you get back to where you were intending to go nice and quickly. Or at least to you it felt nice and quick, because to Doyle, Lestrin, Gary, and No, it was a long, awkward time.
An hour?
Yeah. Occasionally Doyle would just come around with food for Lestrin and Gary, and, drink for Lestrin. And Gary, every time he'd start to bring you a drink, no, that's too much for you. No. I don't think I have anything safe for humans here. I don't know. What's the alcohol content a human can handle?
Depends on the human more than anything.
Oh. So, is 170 proof too high or too low?
It's at the upper end of my taste. I generally prefer things about 120 or 130, but I will try this. And I go ahead and knock it back.
Yeah. I won't make you roll a con save because it's just 1, and you've been well fed, and that's the reason that you don't have to do it's jet fuel. He's brewed his own wood grain make you go blind ethanol.
Yeah, buddy.
And obviously, it tastes clean. It doesn't taste like he's mixed in oil or cut it with something that just ruins the quality. But it is, oh boy, is it ethanol.
Paint thinner.
Very clean, but I generally prefer a little bit more flavor, not just bite. That's me
That's because
personally.
life hasn't fucked you enough yet. Don't worry, it will. Pours a shot for Lester and just dwarves.
Yeah, no kidding, right?
Mm.
I'll knock it back.
Yeah, again, you've been well fed. You don't have to worry about it. Again, it is jet fuel. Like, he is. Boom. But, you know, it's. You've drank poorly made ethanol and well-made ethanol. And well-made ethanol at least has that quality where it goes down okay.
Yeah, you know this is awful, right?
Like I said, it's life. Also,
You should
really,
work on making that better.
also really handy for checking for doppelgangers.
Oh. Huh. What, do they can't handle it?
Most living things can't handle it unless they've eaten first.
Oh, well. Guess I can see that.
The trick is to not think about what it can do to a doppelganger while I pour it out. Hopefully you can now trust each other a little.
Oh, well. I didn't really have a problem.
Puts the bottle on the counter and just, no, you want to take a shot? And currently maintaining the Gith form of Molly. No shakes its head. Pass.
What does it do to doppelgangers?
When we're drunk, it's harder to hold our form, and we
Oh.
can't control read thoughts.
Got it.
I
That's
can
fun.
see how that would be detrimental.
Bad enough that alcohol intoxication gives a headache, but when everything gets loud, impossible to focus or concentrate. Can't do the job.
Ding.
And now you know why dwarves were rarely targeted by doppelgangers.
That kind of explains why they got driven out of town.
Doyle just gives a nod. Just, yeah, doesn't explain how Cinerak got them out of town, but does help with the why.
Fine.
And Doyle, to his credit, after watching and making sure that Noah's not doing anything super suspicious, starts packing. So, we're gonna need some stuff.
Like what?
Well, and he, even though you've been dive suit trained, I've seen things go wrong with dive suits. So, and he pulls out a box. I've got extra caps of water breathing. We should use them
Okay.
for the mission. Also, when traveling, he pulls out a fishing rod. I personally like catching fish that don't taste like fucking shit. You know, bottom feeders. They're awful.
Sure. I prefer to man our ballista and shoot things.
And grins and just, of course you'd like a ballista. Come on. Youth is wasted on the young. He pulls out a trident and a couple of axes that are like very, very darkened. And then, aside from that, he gets out what appears to be a box of those things that you had seen so long ago, which were those pressure capsules that Gary had taken to go diving. Lots of these. These are necessary for making sure that you can, in essence, stay you if you have to surface quickly. And also make sure that the pressure down there doesn't crush you.
I've seen those before.
Mm-hmm. Climbing equipment. Ropes. Especially, but also when it comes down to it. Pitons and footholds can help scaling cliffs. You don't necessarily want to just jump dive. And then he pulls out a couple more, like, crowbars for everyone, because crowbars are amazing when you can't pick a lock underwater.
Oh. I'm not sure any of us can actually pick a lock anyway. I usually just break them.
See? That is picking a lock in dwarven terms.
Oh, yeah. They have an interesting idea of... Oh, okay, I thought Gary could pick... Wait, no, that's Jyotis.
The fishman can lockpick.
Apparently, yeah.
Huh.
He's good at that, like, little tinkery type stuff.
Jyotis is good at lock picking. I'm decent at going unnoticed when I want to. It's useful. Not very well trained in it, but I'm quick on my feet and light on my feet.
Not gonna do you much good in dive armor.
Not
Unless
really.
we put you in light dive armor. Even
I have a
still.
bit of magic at my disposal if necessary.
Alright. Well, beyond that, he kind of just finishes getting out some candles. These are underwater candles. We can use them to signal each other where we're at. We shouldn't use them otherwise. Quirk could detect heat signatures and can attack. But 20 foot of good light, 20 foot dim light. Nice solid signal that we can leave as a trail. They burn for hours at a time, too.
Great for our non-dark seers.
And great for
Like myself.
tracing your steps. Quirka ruins are like a goddamn maze.
Sure.
And that's before the traps.
Gary, doesn't this just sound like more and more fun?
Every time we talk about it.
He pauses, he's like, then how did Viscerum talk you into doing this? I mean, no offense, but I'm doing it because I have to. Y'all don't sound like you want to. Tell them to fuck off.
I think it's more of a we want to be nice, helpful, and encourage extra business for our new guild.
But yes, we have started a new guild and we're looking to get some favorable deals. So we're helping out where we can. Quid pro quo. Scratch my back, I scratch yours. If he can help us, if Fistrum and the Gettysburg can help us get supplies that we need to establish ourselves as a proper shipping guild, our hope is eventually to compete with the Dejani on Alara Samong. We want to.
I'm sorry.
We want to be a burr in a specific Commodore's side.
Well, if you want to be an asshole, I'm agreeable to that. Alright. I like it. So, doing this gets
as long
you in
as we
good with
can make-
Viscerum.
Exactly. And we can make Commodore Cockface look bad. I'm a happy camper.
Oh. Cocks are amazing things. He's not a cockface. He's clearly a taint. Useless.
In my
just
defense,
space.
I am very tired and I have been in combat. So I'm a little, and that oil cleaner that you have, the engine grease, is affecting my ability to be not persuasive, not persnickety, clever. Let's just go with a different word altogether. Clever.
Definitely affecting your loquaciousness.
Yes. It's a
You know it's bad when Lester and the dwarf is like,
Lester whips it out.
Wow.
right? And Gary's like,
And with
"Words,
loquaciousness.
salad.
Love it. Love it.
Gary's
I'm
normally
leaning-
the talker.
I'm leaning into it.
Uh-huh. And after a good conversation and Doyle kind of going through the supplies, that's when our 3 intrepid adventurers of the Bizarre Bazaar get back.
Mm-hmm. I basically relayed to Garret what we found out at the Bazaar, inform him of our acquisitions, and that we thought about going on to the prettiest hag, but Latham looked a bit winded.
I think all of us could use a decent night's sleep.
3 o'clock in the morning.
Yes, I want to sleep until dawn and then go to the boat to let Echo have some time on shore before we pull out.
Yes.
Doyle walks down and opens the lock on one of the other rooms and just, I got one more dormitory that I kept in working condition. The rest I've kind of trashed. Experiments, anger,
What
stuff,
sort of experiments?
cooking experiments.
Ah,
Also, rampant masturbation, because when you're the only one living here, you've got to do something.
makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
So out of game, Bob. What language is the word Malaka in this world?
That would actually be something close to Infernal out of Ruxari, which is definitely what Doyle is.
Yes.
Hilarious.
Goodness.
Alright, well, anyway, I'm gonna go find a bed.
As am I. And like I said, I'm probably only going to sleep 5 or so hours so I can get down to the docks and let Echo have some time in the city. And
Mhm.
I'll sleep a little bit longer on the boat.
Gotcha.
Before we all go to bed, do we want to take and just say we'll take another half day here so we can go see the prettiest hag and do some cleanup things in the morning?
We'll stay as long as we need to.
Okay.
Let's tie up as many loose ends as we can without being constantly harassed by more compatriots of servants of
Grimsby, etc.
No,
Cinnerac.
Cinnerac. I kept
Forgot
wanting to
his
say
name
Sycorax.
already. I was so confused.
I kept saying, in my brain, Sycorax, which is one of the alien races from Doctor Who. And that's the only word my brain would hear.
Sycorax.
It's like, I know that's not right, but that's the only word that I can say right now.
Cinnerac.
So yes, we'll take the rest of tomorrow to wrap things up in a neat little bow. And then we will set sail probably first thing in the morning, day after tomorrow.
Sounds good.
Latham, I need a Constitution saving throw, please, with your rest. Everyone else may take a long rest.
Ooh.
Yay, sleepy sleepies.
Day after
Is
today?
this going to be with a disadvantage because
No,
of the exhaustion?
No.
Okay, normal con save.
Yeah.
21.
You save, sir. For now,
Okay.
you, congratulations, have resistance to cold damage.
Holy shit! Permanently?
Yeah.
Holy shit! Alright!
You can
What's
get some
with
real
that?
bargains at the Bazaar.
No shit.
Am I still exhausted?
When you roll ones Some odd stuff happens.
Okay.
I'll get you the
All
details
right.
on it later this week.
Fire and ice. Sounds
Yeah, buddy. Fire and ice. That's awesome.
icy hot.
You asked for something warm, so you got it.
That's awesome.
Bomb runs hot now.
He runs hotter than normal.
Hey, some like it hot.
Yeah.
Do I keep the exhaustion at 3?
No.
Okay, sure.
How did you get exhaustion 3? I only added 1.
Oh, I thought you said I had exhaustion or 3 levels of exhaustion.
Oh shit.
No. God, why are you killing yourself?
I don't know. I thought you were killing me.
Softly, but not like that.
All right. Keep it at 1, or does the rest remove it?
No, it's gone. I
Okay.
gave you 1 level of exhaustion. I don't know how you heard 3, but
Yeah. Jesus.
that was Latham upon getting back. Like having been thoroughly beaten by not a lolly.
Yeah, I also have 14 HP, right? Because of all the stuff
Yeah.
earlier.
And
I'm not letting
drinking.
you
Knocked out.
Go to bed.
Go
Go to bed.
Latham, a tired boy.
Yeah.
No, go lay down.
Interestingly enough, in the morning, No again takes the form of Molly and
Good morning.
is interested mostly. Good morning.
Oh, right. I know.
Is this unpleasant?
I mean, it's not great, but you said it was to make yourself feel a little more comfortable, so that's fine. I'm sure Molly wouldn't mind that.
I hope not. There's part of them that blends in. Almost like you can feel what the meaning of the person is. I'm not Molly, but I'm your perspective of Molly.
Oh man, you must be like super smart then.
I do feel intelligent.
Ha.
Lolly, can I ask something?
Hmm?
Why are you helping?
Oh man, why do they always ask why we're helping? First of all, it's
Be-
really annoying to dig a grave. Secondly, it's icky to kill people. Third, I guess because you deserve a second chance, and I mean, there's no real risk for us. You go tell Centerac, and he goes, ah, grr, shake fist. Like, whatever, we're already leaving.
Looks a little perplexed for a moment and just, is that what being good is? That it just is less effort than bad?
Yes, exactly. No.
Sometimes more.
I don't know if it's good, but I mean, we don't like killing people. I really don't. But if you want reasons that you understand, I thought I'd translate them for you.
That makes sense. I mean, thank you. It's hard. I've worked for Centerac so long that it's the only expectation.
Right? He seems like such a jerk.
That is an adequate description of his face.
He jerk face.
Gives a little bit of a smile like Molly would and just, yes, jerk face.
Ha ha ha. I mean,
But
if you
also-
want me to try and kill him.
Please don't.
Oh, okay.
You might die. But on a more serious note, Centerac has a face. It goes out for him. It
What?
was at that party.
Ooh.
Ooh. Does he hire one of you to be all like, I'm Cinerac?
No. One that he trusts more than us. He knows it is our nature to do what we are ordered to do and to survive. The species name would be Changeling.
Neat.
Ooh.
What's like the difference?
Cinerak is a monster. And
Well,
then it thinks about
yeah.
it for a while and just...
I'm sorry, I should have clarified. Between you and like between you and like a changeling. So you say they can borrow faces too?
They can, but they cannot read minds.
Ah.
They are not programmed. They are not emotionless. They are not templated.
So this is
They
somebody
are-
that like knows him.
Correct.
Cool.
But if I am honest, Cinerak is only Cinerak because the thing that was not Cinerak ate Cinerak. Got Cinerak's memories.
Whoa. Whoa. You weren't kidding when you said he was a monster and eats people.
No.
Am
And
I awake at
looks
this
at you a
point?
little confused. No, this is talking to Lolly because
Yeah. I just want to make
Again.
sure.
no.
You have to wait.
So it's kind of like a Dread Pirate Roberts situation. Sorry, that's like a story that we would read before bed, and he was like one of many, and they would just change off whenever they felt like retiring, except this guy got eated.
No.
Oh.
The original Cinerak that hired and controlled us was a Tiefling. But then, and it kind of pauses for a second, it was consumed by the new Cinerak,
Huh.
who uses a changeling to be its face in public.
But then, like, how does it know that changeling's gonna do, like, what it wants to do? Does it have mind control powers?
To an extent.
Oh.
More so, it has a power over the changeling.
Oh.
Influence. We've never found out what. But it has influence.
Hmm. That sounds sad.
This town is anger, rage, and sadness. It's always been that way. It runs on it, feeds on it.
Yeah. This place is not nearly as fun as people made it out to be.
Fun depends on the type of person. The type of person you are, probably not have fun here.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I kinda don't want to be the kind of person that finds this place fun.
Gives a slow nod. Well, thank you for trying to help.
No problem. I mean, I could be all like, hey, please don't be mean to us. But I think you already read my mind and got that.
Yes.
This is
Also-
easy. We should all learn how to read minds.
Looks at you for a second and it creates an echo effect. It is very annoying.
Oh, sorry.
Our team members have to train to work together to overcome it. Gives you a small nod. That is probably more than enough information.
Yeah.
Should keep you safe.
Of you. Again, we're
You're
not
safe.
asking for any sort of like, what was it that Garret called it? Quid pro quo.
But your safety ensures this one's survival.
Well, we'll be
So-
careful.
So to that extent, this one is invested. Quid pro quo, even if you are not.
Aw.
Quid pro quo? Quid pro
Squids and
quo.
pro quos.
Squids and pro quos. Yes.
Yes.
Oh no.
And I jump up and hug him.
I mean, it hugs back just like Molly would. It's warm.
Aw.
It's lovely.
Oh.
It feels good. Someday you'll get to hug the real Molly like this.
Yeah.
Oh.
This is a good, what is it? Substitute.
Thank you.
All right, let's
And
go
what-
get the others.
Mm-hmm. And with that, it is 11:30. Would y'all like to stop here for this week?
I'm fine to go or stop. That's up to you guys.
I'm good for either.
Whoa.
Yeah,
I'm starting to
stand
get a
up
little
longer.
tired, but I think I can go a while longer if you want.
All right. Well, then let's burn the midnight oil, and we'll
Oh,
check in then.
Can we
Are you
do
okay?
it? I was just gonna say, can we do a quick 5-minute break or something?
Yeah, of course. Brit, you said, "Oh no, are you okay?"
Yeah, no.
Okay, all right. Yeah,
Cool.
let's do like a quick 5-minute break. Be back 11:36, and we'll
Do a little bit more.
go until we go.
Yay.
All right.
Now,
Apologies.
No
no
problem.
worries. Want to count us in, Sam?
Sure. 3, 2, 1. Fidelio.
So, for the rest of you, dawn comes. Dawn of the next day.
Dawn of the day.
Gary,
some would say.
you have a mild headache from trying new and exciting ethanol.
Ooh.
Like, it's not damage or anything, it's just that ow.
Yeah, I'm gonna drink a bunch of water before I head back to the boat.
Mm-hmm. And before you go, Doyle kind of starts getting out some of the stuff, and he's been loading up one of the carts that you hadn't really noticed because it had been so. Well, frankly, A, you don't have dark vision, and B, it was on the side of the house that you could not see. But he's kind of wheeled it around and just. It's just a hand cart, but this is all the supplies that I was offering for you. The water-breathing caps, the crowbars, the candles, everything you'll need.
Wonderful. If you want to follow me with it, I can show you where the boat is and we can load everything up.
I'd like to accompany you, Garret, if that's all right.
Let me finish packing, and I'll come with then. Might as well not put it off.
Are you gonna
I'm going
stay?
to head there, but if you want, because I want to give a navigator some time ashore. Jyotis, if you're going to be coming along, can you wait with Doyle? Maybe help him get everything settled and then come along?
Yeah. If it'll be short. Who do you want to go to the prettiest hag? Aside
Be
from
happy to
myself.
go.
Aside from myself.
I'd be fine to go.
Good. The goal is, at least in the future, maybe any of No's kin that go to the hag can get what they need to wean themselves off the toxins.
Okay. She might
Make
not
that
like
deal.
that. Yes.
I know she might not like that, but I think getting Cinerak's servants away from him or giving them an out is going to benefit us, and it's probably going to mess with the power structures here, but I think it's the best. I think it's the best course of action.
I agree.
Perhaps we
If
can
the-
give them an enclave, a
I was-
safe haven.
I was just gonna say, if this works, perhaps we'll have a place for them. Perhaps.
Yes.
No
To
kind
live
of
without.
no from within the place looks at Doyle and just, I'm going to be you now. And instantly looks the exact same disheveled overalls, same too good for this shit look on their eyes. And Doyle just, the first time you cook, if it smells like shit, they'll know. Use this book and this book to get yourself started. I don't have room to bombard their boat with all my cookbooks anyways.
I have a bag of holding.
His eyes light up a little bit. Well, Fishman, come on. Let's build a library.
Mhm.
Yeah. He just starts handing you book after book after book. And, like, you get, at first, brief explanations of, like, oh, this one was hard. Got it out of Zone Rundar. You know how hard it is to get a book out of there?
Not yet.
That's because you're a fishman. He puts it in there. And sure enough, within about 5 minutes, you've got the place mostly cleaned. He's also put a really large cauldron that he claims can make anything taste good in, and like tried to stuff it into the bag of holding, and when it didn't fit, he put it on the cart.
That's fair. It's probably too wide to get in the mouth of the bag of holding.
Yeah, no, there was...
It's like, I don't think it'll fit.
It'll fit, fishman. Just get...
No,
manly.
no.
Brace yourself.
Square peg in a round hole.
Little bit. Yeah, no,
Not a big enough hammer.
exactly. But within a short amount of time, you're mostly packed up. He leaves a few of his kitchen knives that he calls his least favorite. And beyond that, he is basically ready to go.
All
And
right.
at the end of it, he just sighs, and instead of his overalls, he goes and puts on his actual gear, which is... Let's review what you're wearing.
Gear.
So his gear is actually... No, he's not going to wear a dive suit out on...
Sorry. His
He wears just what appears to be a plain and simple chainmail at first, but what you can realize is that it's made with sockets on it so that you can lump dive gear over it. So in essence, dive gear can wind up being almost plated over it and become like a banded mail instead of just your medium dive gear armor. And
awesome.
Yeah.
Hey, Bob, I want to
Hmm.
make a small declaration when you're done.
Hmm.
I want to use the sending stone when I get back to the boat to
Mhm.
have Jyotis ask Doyle to kind of disguise himself ever so slightly on the trip to the boat.
Good idea.
Doyle
was
just
actually-
kind of... Any
I
of
was
you
act-
have a disguise kit?
I was actually looking at my disguise, but I think I can only use it on myself.
I don't.
Latham changes his jacket to be somewhat disheveled and
I can either cast illusion, or Lolly could cast illusion on him, right? Or we could
That's difficult to stick with someone who's moving.
make him invisible. I can make him invisible for an hour.
That'll work.
You'll
Come on,
still
fishman.
you'll still make sound, so maybe you should ride in the cart.
Fuck you, fishman.
I'm just saying that if there's 5 footsteps and there's only 4 people walking.
Then do a better job walking heavy, fishman. You should try it
Okay.
sometime walking like a man.
All right.
does anyone want to like go for like we can always use a sack because clearly no one asks questions when you're carrying a body.
That's true.
Gonna spat all the night.
Daytime, it's the cleanup from the morning after.
Yep. Yep. All right. Are we ready to go, everybody?
We're all going to who all's going to the boat?
Well, I'm going to head to the boat with Doyle and
Okay.
catch up with Garret there, and then probably going from there to see the prettiest hag. So whoever wants to go on that trip.
All
The
right.
party. Anyone has reason not or any reason to stay? Because otherwise, I think we should probably go.
Going to the
Agreed.
previous tag's place with Jyotis.
All right. Lolly.
After it starts the boat.
Oh man, I want to go with everybody. I'll go to the prettiest hag.
Okay. All right. So it sounds like Gary's going to stay on the boat with Doyle, but otherwise,
Yes.
the rest of you. And sure enough, when the supplies are dropped off at the boat, Gary, when you got there first, Echo is so very grateful because she has been on this boat for 2 days.
God damn it.
And also, she points behind the boat, and you see that every single one of the Yuan Ti who were serving under Sakuda have been hung and have just been left on their mast.
Oh shit.
Beautiful. I will
And-
give Echo a brief rundown of the events of the evening, and then say, "Go enjoy as much time as you can. We leave in the morning, okay?
You
the
mean
room
tomorrow
at-
morning? Or
Tomorrow morning."
oh, okay, yeah, nice.
The communal room at the Rebel Blossom
Mhm.
is paid for, so you have a bed and access to the baths there.
Could kiss you. I've not had a bath in so many days.
Yeah, enjoy your time. I'm sorry that I wasn't able to come back last night.
Look, the only reason I was mad is because I didn't even hear that. I heard nothing. I just heard Jyotis' call, and I was sleep grouchy with him. But then I woke up, and that was there, and I was wildly uncomfortable.
I understand, and I made a promise and I was not able to keep it because of circumstance, and I'm sorry that nobody thought to call you. It's just a lot happened very quickly.
I can understand that.
You just thought it at 2 a.m.
Right. When she was
I'm gonna
asleep.
give her. I'm gonna give her a portion of her pay
Mm-hmm.
now, so she can 10 gold.
Oh, thanks. I'm gonna go
Enjoy
spend it
your
on
time.
something stupid.
That is the best. Go enjoy your time.
Gives a nod and just thanks, Gary. Stay safe.
You too.
Anyways, a little while later, the rest of your crew, Gary, arrives with the supplies, and I mean, you can't see him, but you can kind of hear him. And he comes into the main cabin, sits down, and just, you didn't say this was some halfling, half-ass fucking, oh, gods. We're
It
going
travels
diving
well.
at this.
Oh no, this is just to get you to the island. I believe we're going to use a Gedizia's vessel.
You hear this like, all right.
This thing is not equipped for diving, as you can clearly see. This is my boat, and this is my home.
How does a bland-ass human, who's trying to be bland, mind you, so that's not an insult, wind up with a halfling boat?
Did you see the name of the boat?
Yeah,
I bought a raffle ticket for, what was it, a gold piece, or was it 5
One
gold
gold.
pieces?
1 gold.
one
I
gold.
bought for 1 gold. And I got ticket number 87. And I just kind of gesture around.
You get this, like, long pause, just, for a ship. Halfling should have paid you.
I'm quite fond of the boat, and I'm quite fond of halflings.
I'm fond
Well-
of the boat too.
I don't kink shame. Yeah. And with that, we're going to cut to the rest of the group that's over at the prettiest tag, because the conversation doesn't get any more jovial from there.
It's all downhill.
Yeah.
Oh,
So, again,
Uh,
traveling during daytime is relatively safe. Yes, Gary.
Oh, so sorry, I started coughing. That's all.
No
I just
worries.
wanted to. I would have discussed a little bit more with Jyotis about trying to make it clear to her that we're trying to get
provide sanctuary for these if we
provide
can.
a way out
Yeah,
for those
yeah.
who are stuck in servitude. So
Yeah.
you know the drill. I just started coughing on
No
my own
worries.
saliva. My apologies. Muting now.
I imagine it'll be hilarious at when Doyle becomes uninvisible too, like just poof.
Well, he's talking to Gary right now, but yeah, eventually when it does happen, is
Anyway, prettiest tag.
yeah. So, you all get there. Pavu is clearly asleep on the job as you walk up, because he is standing up straight against a tree, eyes closed.
Mm-hmm.
And he's put a hand on a greatsword to make it look like he's ready at any time, but he is out. Just
Pavu.
out.
Sorry, buddy.
I hurt everywhere.
Alright. I'm gonna shape water into a nice little ice cup, and then shape water to get some nice clean water from the bog.
Uh-huh.
Hand it to him.
Thanks. Oh, and downs it in one gulp and just... Oh, I needed that.
Oh, here. And I'll shape an ice bowl and do the same thing.
Oh, you are the best.
Ah, I am. Anyway,
Looks around.
I'm going to see your mama.
Oh, okay. Well, you'll have to squeeze in. But she's not seeing anyone right now anyways. Head on in.
Okie dokie.
At least she wasn't seeing anyone when I fell asleep.
Noted.
And as you head in, again, the ambiance is very dark. The only light is the occasional candle that is burning and has its wax dripping all over the place. And the prettiest hag now sits cloak covering her over a stone tablet that she's reading and slowly gliding a little triangular-like symbol on. And as you enter, she looks up and just, so, come back to see me so soon?
Well,
We have need.
fortune teller, so this shouldn't be too surprising, right?
Yeah.
Only if I was a bad fortune teller.
Exactly.
Right. We have a special purpose. Are you aware of the doppelgangers that serve Cinerak?
Rumors said that he had them, but rumors are difficult to prove.
Well, we happened to capture one last night. It was infiltrating our party.
Oh, and did you drain its blood?
We
Take
did
its
not.
heart?
We considered that, but we
How about its spinal fluid?
we didn't kill it.
Oh my god.
We took it and interrogated him and shall we say
It. They do not have agenda.
correct. It. We turned it. It is willing to work with us. And we agreed to try to wean it from Cinerak's control. Cinerak controls them by addicting them to a special liquid. And he relays all the information that they got from No, as much detail as possible to her. And we were told by Jim that you are a very alchemist.
Can you help us make
Herbalist.
Herbalist.
Herbalist, excuse me. Yes. Herbalist.
Alchemists. Alchemists are Their own little quack, but an herbalist knows how to heal, dearie.
Right. Well, we need to synthesize this liquid if possible, and I have the ingredients, and he takes them out and explains how to handle them.
Well, actually, what we need is to remove this addiction. That's the goal.
Yeah, the goal
There
is
it
to win.
is. There it is. See, the dwarf gets it.
Yeah.
The storm dwarf understands. But danger in removing the addiction. Have you considered the possible futures?
We have. We,
A little.
a little. We intend on acquiring an island. And, if No happens to survive this attempt, we plan to offer a possible sanctuary to them. So we need your help if any of his compatriots come in weaning them off. If that is acceptable.
She pulls the hood back and again has that ethereal glowing marking instead. And it's glowing very brightly at the moment. And her natural eye is focused on you, but as is the glass one. And in fact, you can see a small, slim iris focusing in specifically on you, Jyotis. You know what the nations think of those, don't you?
We do. That's why we're hoping to keep this as secret as possible.
Hmm.
We
Well,
intend to
No
provide
need for
them.
an old lady to tell the world about these things. But if any nation found out, you would be in great danger.
Right. Well, typically they're kill on sight.
That's why you would be in grave danger.
We opted
Stockpiling weapons like that.
not stockpiling them. We're hoping to give them freedom.
Don't think from your perspective. Think from your potential enemies if you wish to survive.
Right.
If you make a little guild on a little island, and it has the world's most powerful spy tools in abundance, what are you to the other guilds and the other nations?
Right.
A big threat.
Exactly.
That's why secrecy is of most importance.
Secrets are kept only for time. Plan on the long term, dear, or die in the short.
Good advice.
Advice indeed.
Let me see your ingredients and I'll see if I can make something.
he hands them over but explains what Jim told him about handling.
You think this is the first time I've handled Black Lotus extract?
Nope.
And that's why you're the pro.
And she snuffs out her candles before opening it up. And she kind of calmly explains it, actually, while she's working, because she gets out a very specific mortar and pedestal.
Ooh, may I write down notes of what you're doing?
Of course, dear.
Thank you.
But no light. That's the key.
Okay.
So,
Lolly, you don't have dark vision. Perhaps I should help.
Can you help me with this?
Can I help with the notes?
I'm
Like the
trying,
idea.
It's going to be really bad writing.
Yeah. I will promise to make you a copy.
Thank you.
first things first. And she cuts her hand on between the thumb and the index finger. Lots of blood. Makes it safer to handle. Lotus, especially Black Lotus, feeds into the system. Sinrak is using the Grail Stars as a balance to what they are. Do you know about these plants?
We do. We've been to Mirar Telfash.
Kind of gives you a nod. Just, yes. And then you know about the stars. How about the lotus?
Not much of the lotus.
Would you like to?
Yes. We were told that they grow in the old mansion, I think, right? The estate here.
No. The Verdant Inferno.
Oh, excuse me, the Verdant Inferno.
Specifically, one island off of Takanro. An island that is angry. So angry that everything manifests into pure agony and anger. When these are exposed to sunlight, they burn and fade. But in night, they are power. They are a black magic that contains the island's anger and makes it beautiful. So a little blood gives them the sation they need to be less dangerous. And then she takes the Grail Star, plucks one out, pulls off the top of it. You have to feed these before you mortar them. Any seeds can ruin the juice. She starts crushing it. Adds a little bit of flame under the mortar. Then we boil it a little. Get it down to being almost like a syrup. Not quite jelly, but close. And now our blood-soaked leaves. Jim was kind, gave you good leaves. He must like you.
I gave him a good price.
He normally screws people over.
We met at the party and had some interactions.
Chuckles.
Friend was with you.
Also, Latham was there to help with negotiation.
Just get a fair price, no more.
Oh, and I'm sure that when you get a fair price after midnight at the bazaar, you wind up paying something else, don't you?
You are correct. The bazaar is a strange place after dark.
Yes. Strange, powerful, and find many things there. One of the reasons we settled here. Easy to get what you need. Hard to get away with it. And she very carefully picks up the leaf with a tongue. Don't use metal with these if you don't have to. Wood works better.
Yeah.
It holds it. I like rosewood personally. And she, very, very carefully puts the first leaf into the mortar. And then she crushes it very thoroughly, and she explains, only turn clockwise. Prevents the juices from going back and forth and steaming up. Too much. Never put your head over it. But if you overly crush it, then you've overdone it. And after about 10 seconds of slowly twisting it, she lifts just enough and then takes the second leaf. Goes in, does it again. Now, raises up a hand and casts a little spell that appears to have almost like a necrotic flow through it into the actual mixture. A little death, because that's what's in the drug. A whole lot of death. And then she reaches out to what looks like a bush on one of her shelves, plucks out berry. Good berry. Little life, little sustenance. Squeezes it with her bloody hand. Well, Now we let that sit for just a little while, and then you'll have your concoction.
What cantrip or spell did you use? Can it be any necrotic spell?
Best to use Chill Touch, ironically.
Makes sense.
Brings down the heat, and it would traditionally deny healing. Mimics the drug. The good berry offsets it, gives a balance and a cut. Cinnabrack is using probably a standard potion instead of a good berry. Most likely it provides a similar effect, but also won't allow one to wean off of it.
Ah, nice touch.
The good berry provides sustenance, whereas the healing potion only provides health. There is a difference. They are important. After that, she starts patiently going back to her little triangle and just, so, anything else? Squeezed in here.
That is most of it. There was one quick thing that I had personally. I told Pavu that I wanted him to ask you if it was all right if I had one of your meat-eating plants out there.
Yes. And she reaches under the desk and actually puts it up.
Oh,
Just,
thanks.
he told me and then fell over in the swamp.
Yeah, he was quite zonked.
Yes. Too much responsibility I put on that one. Not
He
yet
handles
ready
it.
to lead.
He handled it pretty well.
Raises an eyebrow with her eyeless eye. What kind of leadership have you seen, little man? Because that didn't go well.
He kept it together. He did all right. And Jyotis relays like what happened at the party if he hadn't done that already.
What kind of fortune teller do you think I am, boy?
I'm sorry. I forget.
Turns back to Lolly and just, didn't you make a joke about that when you first got here?
About what?
Yes, she did.
Where are we? What are you talking
Yeah.
about? Okay.
Jyotis just shrugs and points like,
Well, I hope that you're going to have a very safe adventure. But if you don't, I suppose if you're looking for a new skin, you can always come see me.
Oh gosh.
good to know. Thank you. Do we owe you for preparing this for us?
He kind of looks, and there'll come a day when Cinnabrack extracts a toll of vengeance upon me and upon those I care for. If on that day you protect my son, call it even.
See, this is why I keep saying maybe we should kill Cinerac.
I think that's a little over our head at this moment, Lolly. But I appreciate the sentiment. We'll deal with that when that bridge comes, I think.
Yeah, we'll fall off that bridge when it breaks.
She chuckles and just, listen to your dwarf friend. He has suffered enough. He knows exactly how it continues.
Mm-hmm. You peer into one's past.
Yes. Why? Past, present, and future. Fortune teller. It's what I do. Why? Oh, did I cut out?
No, I heard it.
No.
I'm trying to choose my words
I
carefully.
cut out, but
Can you
I'm not there.
look into my past? There was an event where I lost my leg. Is it possible for you to see what was going on while I was unconscious?
She looks at you and just... What you're asking is difficult. You're older than you look. Your soul's young, but your body's old. Well, ish.
Thanks.
She just, after that, has this moment of just difficult, high-level magic. Something like legend lore, but you would have to be a legend first. You need to accomplish some great deeds, and then we'd be able to do it.
That's fair. I just wanted to ask if it was possible. I wanted to know more about my sister and what happened with her.
Interesting. Maybe you should ask.
When I get the chance.
You don't know if you will have it.
Yes.
Let's see. And she gets out the bones. Evens or odds, boy?
Odds.
Good. Well, it is not woe for you today. You will see your sister again before... She just looks up. Well, you know how it's going to end, don't you, Ahab? Yes.
Think so.
Yes, you do. That's how it's always meant to end.
Can it be changed?
Anything is possible. I told this one how to steal time. Fate is tricky, but not impossible. All I see is potential and likeliness. Right now, with how you think, with how you act, you are likely to make your demise. Must think different. Listen to those who have suffered by those who thought as you think. And maintain the hope of the naive.
I was just going to say I like the potential.
Chuckles and just, don't settle, boy. Never settle.
I'm never
Potential.
happy with anything. Stuff can
That
always
sounds like
improve.
something you should see a therapist for. Fortune teller, not therapist.
All right. I think we've taken enough of your time.
She gives a small nod and pours the liquid into several vials. It will know how to use these. Give it to them.
Is there a dosage change for the weaning, or is it the same dosage?
Tell it to start at 48 hours and see how long it can go without taking the next dose. Beyond that, it depends upon its own fortitude, its own determination, its own want. If it can break...
Safe just going cold turkey like that?
No, it's not going to be safe. But the key is that if it can take a dose that it is so tired of depending on that it will make it its last dose, it will split off from it because it already has the sustenance in its body. That's why the good berry.
That is a good berry.
Thank you.
Yeah, she slides them over to you and just... I keep 5 here in case
Others?
its friends decide to visit.
Yes. All right. That is that.
Mm-hmm.
I imagine this took us, 30 minutes or so, 40 minutes maybe?
Yeah, it was about an hour in there with her waiting for it to fully form, and listening to her kind of bag on you every time you were like, "Hey, can I?"
At some point, he would have told her that he looked at the bazaar with his invisibility viewing too.
Yeah, and she would just be glad you didn't use the true sight, boy. You would have lost your mind.
Right.
In there is possibility. When you need something rare, something you cannot find normally, or something that you want, yearn for, need, you'll find it. I don't know how Jim wanders in and out of it, but I do know that most people aren't so lucky sometimes after midnight.
Jyotis
looks directly at Latham.
Jyotis distinctly remembers Latham being a little late, but he tells her like, "Well, we went right to Jim." Like, just kind of shrugs. Like, I made it straight to Jim.
I mean, the bazaar can get a little bizarre for sure.
I just assumed Latham was window shopping. He does that.
May have found some unregistered shops.
Yes.
Perhaps you'll take me back there someday.
Maybe. I have a suspicion that you might find it yourself if not careful, so...
No.
She giggles at that. Yes. This one stumbled into a danger of his own accord and wants a new danger to replace the first danger.
Oh, I want many dangers.
Well, then, if that's it.
Good day to you, madam.
Good day.
I say good day. Tell Havu to wake up.
We'll give him a nod on the way. And yeah, that's like, it's probably mid-morning now ish.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So whatever y'all want to do. I was gonna go I was gonna go straight back to the boat and relay what we have accomplished here to Garret, and then go on, meander through town a little bit, and then give what's needed to our companion. No.
And I'll let you tape edit that, where you safely deliver it.
After that, I was gonna look for Echo.
Oh, well, roll for Echo? I don't know. Roll an investigation check. Everyone else, what would you like to do on your last day in Trinispad?
I have no idea.
Okay.
Buy candy.
There's some place we didn't make. You could
There
do
it
a
is.
gig for gems again.
Yeah,
Well, I know
I want to go look for more candy.
Okay, understood. Lolly, I know that originally you wanted to talk to Duma, but we're now at almost 12:30, so I think this is probably a good spot to stop.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone come up with a shopping list beforehand before leaving.
Yeah, like, so here's what I'd say. Have your one last thing you want to do in town. So even if it's, I want to hang with Echo, great, Jyotis. That's perfect and phenomenal. And if you're like, I got nothing, Bob, then I'm going to ask, like, is there something you would maybe want your character to start working towards or to start developing? Because again, Trinispad is a city of opportunities. So even if it's Lestering going, I want to go fight in the dredge pit and fight Boom, I don't care.
Oh my god, I want to see that. If I hear that my buddy's going to fight Boom, you can bet your ass I'm going to watch that shit.
God,
I actually want to bet on that shit.
I don't want to die, but I should do it.
Again, don't have to do it. If there's something that you're like, I want to do this instead, or I want to look at this, let me know.
Okay.
But anyways, I heart you all. Thank you so much for tonight's game. Dan, I will be sending you your dark gift.
Delightful. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I rolled a 22, by the way, Bob, on investigation.
Okay. Yeah. I will determine where you find
Echolocation roll?
Echo. Yeah, your echolocation roll.
That's it. The stuff.
That's funny.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Mikey.
All right, y'all.